Well, I guess it's time. I guess it's time. It's 7 o'clock. It's time for the show. Hi. Is my mic like really hot? I feel like I'm peaking. Am I peaking? How's the sound? Does it sound okay? I don't know. But hey, welcome. Order 42. I'm Rob. Welcome. Welcome in. Sounds fine? Good. Sounds good to me? Good. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And hey, let's all give it up to Ninjitsu. Ninjitsu was first. Good to see you at the gym right now, Derek. Welcome. Movie Mike. Welcome. Ricky. Welcome. Cosma. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Stop poking yourself in the eye. Well, I don't know if you can see it. This eye. Can you see it? You probably, I don't know if you can see it. It's swollen. I don't know what I did, but wow, it hurts. Like if I do that, it hurts. And I felt like there was something in my eye, but then I can't feel it. Like I can't feel anything. So I spent about 30 minutes watching, like, you know, those videos where the soldiers come home and the dogs come out and greet them. For some reason, I always tear up at those. So I was watching them, like I had my phone like down here, and so I'm crying, trying to get trying to flush out my eye. I'm sure there's a better way to do that. I'm pretty sure that, if you say, "Hey, I got something in my eye" on Google, how do I get it out? Well, you watch soldiers coming home, the dogs, and you cry to get whatever's out of you. I don't know what it is. I still don't know what it is. But I took some Tylenol and I feel better. But man, it was like, it hurt to keep my eye open. I don't know. So I don't know what's going on. It may have been when I got my hair cut. Something flew into it. Like some sort of flying emu. There's an emu in my eye. Emu. An emu. What? Not emu deck. I was like an emu. Like an emu in my eye. Pretty sure that's what it is. I'm like 75, 76% sure it's an emu that got stuck in my eye. But anyway. It's a weird way to start the show. But hi. Ninjinzu's over there playing Tarkov. Man, I'm serious. I wish I could play Tarkov, but I suck at video games. I do. I know. You're streaming on YouTube and you're just talking. You're not even playing a game. What are you even doing? Well, it's because I can't play games. I'm not good at the video games. And Cosmos says, we from the north might get a foot of snow. Forecast says 5 to 6 inches. That's quite a bit of snow. And Ricky graciously stepping down and letting someone else be first. Thank you, Ricky. Unlike your gameplay on Star Wars Battlefront, total rage. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That game was actually fun for a while. You can see the swelling, looks like a sty. Yeah, I don't know, but it sucks. It just sucks. So the show must go on, right? The show must go on. Emulation Station. Well, EmuDeck was for, Steam Deck, yeah. But yeah. We can get you good at video games. I don't have time, man. I just don't have the time for that, Like, I have the time to get on it, jump on a game every now and then, But I've been watching a lot of movies. And doing some writing. That's right. On the next script. I can't tell you anything about it yet, but it's a story and it's shaping up. I'll tell you this. Yesterday, I had a little chat with Leon. You remember Leon, special effects technician. Some would consider probably at this point a senior special effects technician from the good old UK, England, jolly old England, who helped us with Adventures in Game Chasing. You know, basically gave us his services for free to work on Adventures in Game Chasing and did some good stuff. But anyway, he asked what was going on. I said, I'm working on this idea. And he was like, well, what is it? And I started telling him. And he got really excited. And I'm like, well, here's the thing. This idea may be beyond the scope of what me and Billy and Jay and the like would be able to do, because we would need some crazy money to do this idea. But the idea, for me at least, is to just start writing and keep writing. And if we can't make it, for whatever reason, we can't make the script, I'm going to sell it. And it may never see the light of day. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when I, actually start writing. Because right now I'm just developing the script and making an outline, kind of the same thing I did for Chuckleheads, which I know you haven't seen anything from that yet, heard anything about that yet. I know. But what I did when I was coming up with that story is I'd come up with, I want this to happen and this to happen. You know what I mean? All the things that have to happen. And then you write them out all on, like, at least this is the way I did it. Wrote them out on note cards and I moved things around. And then I figured out, okay, and then saw the movie in my head as I'm going through each bullet point, each note card. And then write that down in an outline and then start writing. And what happened many, many times, which is the coolest part, is it's almost like the story takes a life of its own. And you just have to follow it and see where it takes you. And sometimes it takes you to somewhere better than what you had. So that's where I am right now, is I'm still in the development stage, but it's far along in the development stage. And I will probably start writing probably in the next week or two, which is very exciting because I got to tell you, man, it was only one other time when I got this excited. And this was a story that nobody's heard. I say that. A couple of people have heard the skeleton of the idea, but it's an idea that I basically put on the back burner because it's beyond my scope as a writer at this point. But it may be a thing where I write a screenplay of it and try to, maybe develop it as like a TV show, or it might be a series of movies, or I might just have to write a book, because I started writing a book and I got to a point where I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I've basically, it's on the back burner, but it's still there. It's still there in the old brain pan, sitting there stewing. And who knows, that might be a thing. But in the coming up of that script, of that story idea, I got really excited. Like every time I would see the scene in my head, I'd get chills. Hair stands up on the back of your neck and you're like, this is cool. I'm getting that on this current idea. So I can't say more right now, but trust me, it's cool. And if, whatever happens, you'll eventually know what it is. I'll give you an idea of what it is. I can't give you the whole story, but it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. I'm really excited. Really excited. But anyway, you aren't doing anything right now. You have time right now. No. I'm running this stream, man. I can't do it right now. Writing and movies is a good mix. Any books? Yes. Yes, I have been reading as well because, reading helps with writing, learn how to develop a story and how a story takes place. But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. I talked to that Leon guy. I know. A lot of us did. You know how many times that happened with Chuckleheads? Where I'd come up with something and I'd have my bullet point, and then suddenly the bullet point, you start writing it, and then suddenly it's like it's a weird, cool feeling because it's like you're not even in control anymore, and it just starts taking you in a new direction. It's awesome. It's an awesome feeling. I'm in the third year on my book, and those years encompassed a lot of learning how to write. Yeah, and I mean that's part of what when I watch these movies, I'm learning different storytelling techniques, and it's just I'm I also like to, because of all the special features, and you can only get special features, most special features, on a Blu-ray or on a 4K disc, right? I mean, that's the goal. That's what physical media is so great at, is that a lot of times you get those behind the scenes looks of how this was done, how this was done. And it just it all helps. It all helps with the creativity, you know? So I'm constantly watching stuff and reading and then trying to write and trying to be creative. And some days it just doesn't work because, things keep, I get pulled in one direction or another. But it's cool. Your audio is cutting out. Not sure if it's just me. Anybody else having a problem with audio cutting out? I'm seeing 0 drop frames and an excellent connection from YouTube. Fine for me. Yeah, okay. Stream has lagged a number of times. Seems to be okay now, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing any problems on my end. And trust me, I've been having some weird issues in my internet, so I was kind of worried. But I haven't seen any problems. Let me see. Stream health. Stream is healthy. Everything seems good on my end. So, slight lag here and there. I just dropped from 1080 to 720 and it stopped buffering. See, I want to know what's going on. Is it an internet problem? Like the the internet, Al Gore over there pulling levers and crap, or is it is it a bottleneck on my end or what? Because I had weird issues yesterday. Better now since I restarted my app. There you go. Okay. Al Gore. Hey, I'm just saying. He invented the internet, man. Don't you remember? Anybody remember that? Him saying that? I'm kidding. It's don't worry. Don't worry. Hashtag no politics. I blame Apple Gore. Apple Core? AI. Well, yeah, I don't think there's any AI here. Unless, later on in the show, if we want to do some more Photoshop AI stuff. Because I have fun doing that. But that's up to you guys. That is totally up to you guys if we get to that point. Before we get too far into the show, I do want to bring this up. The Barnes & Noble Arrow sale, 50% off retail price at Barnes & Noble. And most of those, if not all, titles are also 50% off on Amazon. This sale ends February 3rd. So next Monday, it's over. So if you've been waiting for something, if you've been kind of holding off, you don't have much time left. So, yeah. I'll just say this. I ordered a thing. And it's on the way. We'll see when I actually get it. And it's one of those things that most people will go, oh, of course you had to order that. Yeah, I ordered it. So there you go. That's an I, not an I. Oh. You mean Al? An L, not an I? Al Gore invented man bear pig? I don't know about that either. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. But look, right? Ryu's Realists, I didn't even say hi, hello, and welcome to Wraith as well. Wraith, I hope you had a happy birthday last week. And yeah, as soon as I got here, there's an ad on YouTube about Nine Inch Nails' Peel It Back tour. Never seen them live. Maybe I should bite. Yes. So 12, 17, about 16 hours and 45 minutes. Basically 12 12 p.m. your time, Nine Inch Nails tickets will be going on sale for their tour. If you do want to see them, make sure that you're signed in to your Ticketmaster account. If you haven't made one, you need to make one. Sign into your Ticketmaster account, have all of your stuff ready to go so that all you have to do is click buttons and just do the thing. I will be on at 11 a.m. ready to go because I want to go. Now, there's also a lot of other people that want to go too. So trying to find tickets and all that, man, I'm excited. I'm excited. I haven't seen Nine Inch Nails since, gosh, I don't even know the last time I saw Nine Inch Nails. I want to say it was the Lights from the Sky tour. Lights in the Sky tour? Lights in the Sky tour. Let's see. 2008? Okay, I don't know. I don't know if it was, let's see. Nin Live. Oh, look, there's an audio drive. Oh, okay. Is that Nin Live by year? Because it had to be. Nope, didn't Tension. I did not go to. I don't think. Austin, yeah, because they didn't even come to Dallas this time or on that tour. 2013 would be because I got sick in 2014. So, yeah, I missed out on these. Oh man, Nin and Soundgarden. Can you imagine? Yep, I did not go to that because I was still getting better. So it would have had to have been 2009? Yeah, because I didn't go to the Ninja Tour. Jane's Addiction. I did not go to that because they didn't even come to Dallas. So it would have been, oh my God, 2008. So Lights in the Sky I went to because I have the ticket somewhere. But yeah, I've seen them at least. Wait a minute, I saw them 3 times in 1 year. And then I saw Lights in the Sky, and then I saw one. Let me see. Dallas, Texas, American Airlines. Okay, so I saw them then. They didn't tour here. Did I go to the With Teeth? Man, I can't remember. Smirnoff. Okay, I think I might have gone to that one, the With Teeth tour. And I think I went with Jerry. I went with Jerry. And then 2000, I did not go to the Fragility tour. Because that's the one, man, the Fragility tour, they were touring with a Perfect Circle. That would have been awesome. So I missed that. So I saw him in October of 94, February 95, and then October 96. And 96, I'm sorry. October 94, February 95, October 95. That was with David Bowie, the Outside tour. That was awesome. But I didn't get to see all of that. All of David Bowie's performance, which, man, looking back, I missed out. I missed out. But yeah, this tour, I don't know who's opening for him. But I'm excited because it's Nine Inch Nails, and we don't know what we're gonna hear. Are we gonna hear maybe some music from Tron Ares? Because Tron Ares is supposed to come out toward the end of the year. And it's Nine Inch Nails doing the score, not Trenton Atticus. It's Nine Inch Nails. It's a totally different beast. So I'm wondering if we will hear some Tron Ares content, some music from Tron Ares. I don't know. I mean, if you want to know what I want to hear some stuff from the EPs from Ad Violence, from what are the other two? 3 EPs that came out somewhat, I say, in the last, well, 5, 6, 7. I don't even know when it came out. Ad Violence is the one that I really like, though. Ad Violence has, I have them all. I have the records up there. But yeah, Ad Violence is amazing. It's got Less Than. Just go look up Less Than. 9 Inch Nails, Less Than. Watch that video. It's awesome. But also, the last track on this 5-song EP is The Background World. I want to hear The Background World live. That's what I'm hoping for. And it's going to be really hard. If I'm able to get tickets, which I'm really hoping that I will, it's going to be really hard not to look at, because as soon as they play the first show, the set list will be out on the internet. But do I want to be spoiled or do I want to be surprised? I don't know. It's so hard. It's so hard. I look, I'm a 9 Inch Nails freak, okay? I love my 9 Inch Nails. Favorite band ever. Favorite live performance I've ever seen. In fact, many of their performances are my favorite performances I've ever seen. And the good thing is that a lot of their past performances are on YouTube. You can see what it's like in a 9 Inch Nails show. It's great stuff. But anyway, can't complain about your birthday. Well, good. I'm happy that you had a good time. And hey, I hope you get to, go see 9 Inch Nails if you are able to get tickets. Yeah. And Bucho is here. Welcome, Bucho. Our resident skeptic is here. Bucho the skeptic. I don't care who you are. If you don't have footage, I don't care. It's just talk. Doesn't mean crap to me. I'm just kidding. But look, here, I got to be honest with you. When it comes to all of the alien stuff, Bucho loves it when I'm honest. And I'm going to be honest with you right now. I'm tired of talk. I've heard a lot of things. I haven't seen a whole lot of things, right? I've seen the gimbal. I've seen the go fast. I'm ready for some footage. I'm ready for some concrete evidence. I mean, I honestly believe that it's real. Now I want to see more. I'm tired of talk. I want to see. I mean, Ross Coulthart had his thing, right? With Jake Barber and the egg and all that stuff. And I got to say, the full interview with Jake Barber, it's like almost 3 hours. It's worth watching. If you're into this whole thing, it's worth watching. What's great about it is that it takes away all of the dun 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 kind of music, you know what I mean? The stuff where it's like, okay, and then right after this, we're gonna talk about it. It's like, no, none of that. It's just a straight interview for 2.5, 3 hours, however long it is. It was actually worth watching. I really enjoyed watching that. Got a lot out of it. And I understand. The psionics thing, being able to control or summon UAP, it may be completely 100% true. I'm tired of hearing about things. I want to see some things. And I know. What's his name? George Knapp. I don't know if you saw this clip, but George Knapp was like, people keep saying, where's the actual footage? Where's blah, 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 blah? Why are you keep talking? And he basically getting frustrated with, the UAP, UFO community by being a little bit impatient because there's a lot of talk and not a lot of, here's the thing. Here's the ship. Here's the little dude, whatever. But we need something because I feel like that's the next step. You can only, you can keep talking all you want, but it's not going to push anything forward. A very grainy video of an egg-like thing at the end of a rope or whatever hanging from a helicopter, it's not going to convince anybody. Lou keeps talking about the 5 observables, right? We haven't seen anything with the 5 observables. It's time. It's time for us to see the stuff. But hey, I'm with Buccio on that. I need some actual evidence. And sure, you might say, well, we've got the testimony from pilots. We have radar. Oh, that's great. It's fine. It's great. Now I want to see footage. I want to see this supposed 4K footage that people supposedly have. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see more than just grainy pictures and not something that could be a clump of balloons flying over, over land. I want to see something that's irrefutable. Okay, that is not humans. That's doing things that nothing on this earth can do. That's what I want to see. I'm ready. I'm ready for that. I'm ready. But good to see you, Buccio. Resident skeptic. It's good. It's good that you're skeptical. Yeah, I don't, Wraith, I don't know who's opening for Nine Inch Nails. There's been a couple of different things, and typically what ends up happening, at least in my experience, is that you might start, unless they're listed on the outside tour with Nine Inch Nails and Nine Inch Nails opening for David Bowie, Nine Inch Nails and Jane's Addiction. If they're not on the tour name, it's you're going to be Nine Inch Nails and someone will be, and that could be subject to change dependent upon the date. So I don't know. I mean, we'll probably we'll have some solid information tomorrow when it all goes live. Actually, I'm kind of curious. From Jay. It's not from Jay. Get out of here. All right, so here's, yeah, okay. Can you, is there enter site? That's what I wanted to know. All right, live. There are the dates, by the way. So Dublin, Manchester, London, Cologne, Dessel, Milan, Zurich, Vienna, Amsterdam, Berlin. I don't know how to Gdynia. Gdynia? That is Poland, right? Paris, Madrid, Oiris? I don't know. Then Oakland, Portland, Vancouver, Seattle, Salt Lake City, Denver, St. Paul, Chicago, Detroit, Toronto, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Boston, Cleveland, Brooklyn, Raleigh, Nashville, Duluth, Tampa, Houston, Fort Worth, Phoenix, and LA. Yeah, so this is yeah, we'll see. And of course, that's the other thing. I mean, I think we saw this Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. I know, got a lot of flack. The good old Naughty Dog, right? Ruffling feathers. But Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross will be scoring Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, the next video game from Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog. So another reason for me to be excited about it. But there you go. Will it actually? Okay. Oh, okay. So if I go down here to Fort Worth, Dickies Arena. That's right. Dickies Arena. 16 hours, 30 minutes. And more info, maybe? Yeah, it doesn't show who's opening here. Doesn't show. There's the arena. So here's the question. Where do you sit? Where do you sit at a Nine Inch Nails concert? I don't know. My guess is that anywhere in front of the stage would be great. I would love to be in the pit. I may be too old for the pit. But if I could sit in 2, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm going to look at, say 110 to 120. I don't know. Depends on how much the tickets are, because that's the other thing. We don't know. Some of these tickets have been available on, third-party sites. I don't know. I don't know how much they're going to be. And that's the toughest part, is like getting people to want to go. I don't know. I just don't know. Anyway. The Big Apple is being cleaned as we speak, so hopefully better soon. And yeah, Soundgarden would have been, that would have been so awesome. Jane's Addiction would have been cool, yeah. 2008 is 17 years ago. Stop it. Stop it. So 10 years ago, let's see, that would have been January 2015. I was just getting to where I could stand straight up because of all my surgeries. Yeah. I was just getting there. And I was starting to gain some weight back. It was a crazy time, man. 2014 to 2017, 7 surgeries. Yeah. Learning to walk again. I wouldn't recommend going through what I went through. Okay. I don't recommend it. So sad I will never see Soundgarden or STP or Alice in Chains live. Anytime I want to see Pearl Jam, tickets are insanely high. I know. And the thing is, here's the thing about Nine Inch Nails. They were always, of all the people that I went and saw over the years back in the day, they were one of the cheapest. And one of the things that he was talking about in the last tour, which I was unable to see because I was still not 100%, 2018, 2019, I don't remember exactly when that tour was. I could have looked it up, but I didn't. Anyway, you had to go stand in line for the tickets. And there's no way I could do that. In the heat, there's no way. There's no way I could do that. Those tickets were less expensive, from Ticketmaster or whatever, buying them on the day, not from a third-party StubHub or any of those companies. I mean, like if you go to StubHub right now, some of those ticket prices are ridiculous, upwards of like $1,100, $1,200. That has never been Nine Inch Nails' MO. Never. So I have a hard time believing that those ticket prices are going to be that high. That being said, are we going to be able to get the ticket price? I mean, are all of those third-party retailers just going to slam the site? Are we even going to be able to get in to get tickets? I don't know. It'll be interesting though. I think we're supposed to get 5, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 4. Depends on. There's one guy I'm waiting on to see if he's supposed to text me sometime tonight. So we'll see. The Wii days. Yeah. Not wrong on Pearl Jam. Wanted to see them in Chicago, but tickets were out of my league. I know. And Pearl Jam is one of those that I would love to see. There's something about we talked about this where it's like they were heavy rock and then they got more folk and they got more and more folky and I kind of lost interest. But for some reason I caught up to them and now I like a lot of that stuff that they did after, say, Versus, their second album. And they started going down a different path. I definitely like them, and I would like to see them. So yeah, they were playing in Madison Square Garden. Oh yeah, that's definitely high. Wrigley Field last year. I'm sorry, sir, for I do not wish to go to listen to them. Well, I'm sorry, Ricky, that you have bad taste. I'm kidding. Nine Inch Nails isn't for everybody. I get it. Especially some of the earlier stuff is really, it's a young man whining and pining, right? I believe that as he grew older and grew wiser, I think lyrically he got even better and better and better. And it culminated in Year Zero, which I think is, in my opinion, I think it's his masterpiece. It's amazing. But I get it. Nine Inch Nails isn't for everybody. Skeptic Kiwi. Yes. That's why they call me Bucho the Unscammable. Unscammable? I don't know about that, Bucho. I think you could be scammed just like any of us. But you are a skeptic, and it's definitely valuable. Definitely valuable. The only difference is, like for example, I don't know if anybody watched Jesse Michaels' latest video, where he had Mick West and another guy, Merrick, whatever, basically two sides, UFO experts, supposedly that's how it's listed. But you got one guy who's definitely more on the skeptic side and one who's more on the whatever side. And it didn't it honestly, in my opinion, did not make Mick West look very good. He backtracked in the same video multiple times, and it was kind of like, yeah, you've gone from just skeptic to like, my job is to debunk things. No matter what the evidence is, I've got to come up with something to make people not believe it. And that's just how it came off to me. But then again, who knows? But it didn't look great. It didn't look great. Thinking about getting rid of my Lexus and getting another Jeep. I don't know why you're yelling about Jeep, but hey, good for you. Carbonite, welcome. Looking forward to that documentary, Carbonite Dreams. Hello. Yes. Yes. What do Lou's 5 observables have to say about lampshade reflections from the U.S. Embassy in Romania? That is a mistake. That is, look, you can say whatever you want about Lou Elizondo, but in my opinion, I'm on the road, I'm doing all these things, I'm given this photo from someone who I trust, and this person says it's real. I say, okay, I'll put it in the thing, not really looking into it. It's a mistake. And we have to, the thing is, we have to allow for people to make mistakes, right? That's just how I look at it. I look at that as a mistake. Because the one thing that is irrefutable is that he was on that program. He did have the clearances and does have the clearances that the man has. He made a mistake. He trusted somebody. They gave him something that was not real. That's my take on that. Do I think everything that Lou Elizondo says is true? No, but I do think that, and again, this is a judgment call on my part, but I think that because of his background, I would say a good portion of what he says is probably true. And the man does he's convinced me that a lot of what he said is true. Now, do I believe that there were orbs in his house with his wife and kids? I don't know. I don't know about that. Do I believe that he was a possible, what do you call it? A possible, not trainee, but at the end of Project Stargate, that he might have been recruited into that because he has certain abilities? I don't know if I believe that. But I also know that there are people that make mistakes. I know that there are people that are highly trustworthy that have told me, that have guided me in the wrong direction. And I have to allow for the fact that people make mistakes. And I think that was just a mistake. It's just my opinion. Just my opinion. Brooklyn, New York, that must be Barclay Center. Let me see. Because it says, where did it go? Where did it go? Barclay Center. Yes, Wraith. Cheapest ticket I see here is $145, but they're not on sale yet. They are not on sale yet. So you can't look at what do you call it? You can't look at StubHub and all those. Those are inflated prices. Now, I guess what you're paying for is being able to choose your place now. I don't believe they're going to be that high. But I also don't know for sure. So it's kind of a it's kind of a weird situation that we find ourselves in. We just don't know yet. So yeah. Hopefully they're under 200. I mean, I'm definitely hoping for that. Most expensive is $13.49. That is I'm serious. I'm telling you, I don't think that's from that's not that's no. Mm-mm. No. Xbox 360 was released 20 years ago. Makes you feel old, doesn't it? Bad Motorfinger's still my number one album of the 90s. There, I said it. I hope you feel better about that, Bucho. I mean, it's good. It's good to have a stance. It's a little less good to be wrong. But hey, I'm just kidding. Bad Motorfinger's good. It's good. I prefer Super Unknown myself when it comes to Soundgarden, but there's also Nevermind. There's the Downward Spiral. There's 10. There's Siamese Dream. There's a lot of really good albums in the 90s. So it's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. Hard to say. You have bad taste, not me. Okay, well. Filbert McFibs Entertainment. Welcome. Is this the stream of that guy with the butt? Yes. Welcome, Filbert. You might have already been gone because it's taken me so long to get caught up. And Pixel is here as well. Good to see both of you. Good to see both of you. Favorite Pearl Jam song is probably Better Man or Tremor Christ. Vitology is fantastic. See, Vitology is where they lost me. But yeah. Isn't it spelled Jeep or is it Jeep? I'm not sure. I know it's got those letters. I just don't know. You need to yell it. Don't yell all the time. One could say Bucho is falling for the government propaganda. Well, speaking of government propaganda, did you guys hear that we got an official word on what the drones were? Yeah. Apparently the drones in New Jersey were a part of research. And that they were basically okayed by the FAA. I could pull up the little statement. In fact, it'd probably be good if I did. Just so I don't get anything wrong. Let's see. Close that. Drones. Here we go.
Before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news and with
Research and studies. And for other reasons? So that's why they said, well, we know it's not this, and we know it's not this, but we know there's no danger. Interesting. Obviously, nobody is really unscammable. Everyone being scammable, as the point skeptics make. Human beings are too willing to scam ourselves when we thirst to believe. That's what Bucho said. We have a talent for deceiving ourselves. Carl Sagan said that. Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. But I know where I stand. And yeah, the thing that Elizondo did during that thing was regrettable, and I know he regrets it, but I don't think that's a screw up. That's definitely a screw up, but that doesn't call into question everything he's ever said, at least in my opinion. Showzama, skip Nin and see new bands acts instead. No. How's that, Showzama? No, I'm not in the oh, I'm gonna go to a bunch of music shows now. It's just not, that's not in my thing. For me, I'm too old for that. I'm too old to waste, I shouldn't say that. Not wasting my time. It's just not what I would do. And who would I go with? Like I mean, going to a movie by yourself is one thing. Going to a live show by yourself, that's I couldn't do that. I need to go with somebody. And who would go with me? And who would we go see? How much money to spend? Yeah, of course. Seeing new bands is always awesome, but at this point in my life, I want to see my favorite band of all time, Showzama. So why don't you keep your opinion to yourself? I'm just kidding. I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. But that's a young man's game, and I am not a young man anymore. I am a middle-aged man, which is weird to say. I mean, I turned 49 in almost 2 months. 49. 9 times. Yeah. So here you go. 1977, 48 years ago. Stop it. Stop it. You ain't going nowhere, Filbert. Well, okay, good. Good. Could be. Maybe Elizondo is a dun-dun-dun psyop, intentionally destroying his own credibility as a UAP expert so that the public reduces their trust in peace making his kind of claims. And I fell for it. He scammed me. I just think it's a mistake. I don't think it's a... I mean, look. If all of this is a psyop, kudos. I don't think it's a psyop. I think it's a man who was burning. I mean, from everything I've seen, the dude is burning the candle at both ends. He's on live shows. He's doing appearances. He's all over the world, flying all over the place. He's a busy man. He took a photo from a friend, somebody he trusted. Simple as that. It's a mistake. That's what I think. He has quite a list now. Okay, Bucho, list. I don't think there's a huge list. Or, in my opinion, a list that really means. Now, I mean, if you're gonna say, well, how much has he promised? Oh, well, on this day it's gonna get. All of that stuff is subject to change. But I'm willing to give the people that actually worked in the government on these programs, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Experimenting on our own people, huh? Yeah. Maybe. Accept the new stuff, Rob. Let us youngins rise. Again, I'm just not in that, if I was in that part of my life where, I got nothing but time to kill. Yeah, I would go to a bunch of different shows. I would go experience a bunch of different, but honestly, that was never my jam. It never was. I went to see bands that I knew that I liked. Every now and then I would get random tickets to a show. That's how I saw Coldplay. I was just invited to go. I didn't even have to pay anything. I was invited to go and I went and I enjoyed myself. But for the most part, it's just not my jam. Yeah, I'm Murtaugh over here. I want to go to the next Taylor Swift movie concert with Rob. I would actually go to that. If somebody said, hey, I got tickets for Taylor Swift. You're talking about the movie, going to the movie? Okay, we can go to the movie. But I'm talking about if somebody said, hey, I got tickets to Taylor Swift, do you want to go? I'd go, yeah, I would. Let's go. I'd totally go. I would. I actually like a lot of her music, so take that. You can take that to the bank, Mr. I don't believe Lou Elizondo. I don't know why I targeted Bucho for that, but there you go. There's tons of old people that go to live shows alone with their retirement money. I mean, probably, sure. But that's you know, that's not how I that's it doesn't okay. I'm not as into music, current music, as I am in looking in the past. The only current music that I listen to is mostly you know, ambient stuff. And sure, yeah, I could go sit and watch them punch buttons. Like that Never Ender, that song that I posted to the Discord. It's a cool song. But I watched a live performance and it's basically just a light show of them turning knobs and stuff. And I'm like, that's not interesting to me. I mean, sure, it's cool. And yeah, you know, somebody might get laid at the concert, but I'm married. It's a totally different game. You know, that kind of live show is not for me. So there you go. That's what I do. If a ticket is over 50, 60, rather see a newer band for 15 to 30. I mean, I get that, Shozama. But are you talking about, would you do the same if it was your favorite band ever that you've been following for, oh, I don't know, what is it, 33 years? Your favorite band for the last 33 years. I don't know. Coldplay, you said you have good taste. Ricky, we've told this story. I was offered a chance to go to a Coldplay concert and was like, okay, sure. And then went, man, they put on a hell of a show. Number one. Number two, I liked a lot of their songs. Like a lot of that stuff was great. We go into a Swiftie concert within the decade. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Do I have to wear pink? I mean, I will. I'm just saying, I don't know if pink goes with my complexion. But hey, I'll go. Sure. It's a date then. Christmas Robotica is an example of a good new song. If I already seen them, yeah. Well, yeah, but Shozama, it's been 17 years since I've seen them. And the last time that they were here, I really wanted to go, but I was physically unable to go. So now this is another chance for me to get to see them. And it's a completely different show. It's a completely different band. It's so different. Every time it's so different. Because I can tell you, the difference between the October 94 show and the February 95 show, it was the same tour. And both of those were drastically different experiences. You know, you've heard of those people that tour with the band and they go see every show, even though they're playing the same set. It can be different from concert to concert, from location to location. You know, the vibe is different or whatever. That's something that, man, I love that. There's actually a really good, I don't remember what tour it was for, but what these guys did is they filmed like 20 or 30 different shows, Nine Inch Nails shows. And then what they did is they took the best, they took the best performance of this song. And that was what made it into the video. And then there were variations, slight variations. There was a what's the song? Physical. I think it's Physical. Not Let's Get Physical like Olivia Newton-John, but it's an Adam Ant song, Physical. And on one show, Adam Ant was there and came out and performed Physical with Nine Inch Nails. Awesome. There was another one, I think in that same tour, where they played Star Effers. Try not to curse too much, you know what I mean? But Star F, like, you know, Effers, right? And that song, the video was with Marilyn Manson. And in a couple of dates, Marilyn Manson came on stage to perform the song with Nine Inch Nails. And then on top of that, they performed a couple of Marilyn Manson songs. So Marilyn Manson singing and Nine Inch Nails being his band. And those were part of the file because those were unique experiences for that one show. So that's the kind of thing where, look, I saw him 17 years ago. I want to see him again. It's a completely different tour. And sure, when you're talking about most bands, you've seen them once, you've seen them all, you've seen them all. But with Nine Inch Nails, it's a drastically different show. Every single show can be different. But from tour to tour, they're drastically different. So I don't know. Look, I don't want to, bash it over the head or whatever. But I have a good reason for going, and I want to go. So there you go. Me over here spending 0 to 400 on Metallica tickets every time I've gone, 200 to 400. And man, I've never seen Metallica. Dude, there was one of those kind of like Lollapalooza, but it was a what do you call that? Where it's like 3 or 4 days and there's music every day. Whatever event it was. There was one night where Nine Inch Nails opened, or Nine Inch Nails played, and then on another night Metallica played. And I was like, man, I would like to get tickets to the whole thing. So go every day for those 4 days. But it wasn't in the cards. Festival, yeah, sure. Festival. But yeah, I would have loved to have seen that. Metallica is one I would definitely like to see. I can do new movies, but not as open to new music. I know, and it seems like as you get older, a lot of the newer music feels further away from your taste, and it's because you've aged out of it, a little bit. But there are still, from time to time, there's like that Never Ender song came out last year, and I'm seriously, I can just think about it and it gets stuck in my head. I love that song. It's great. My brother saw Nin for $10. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure back in the day, you could get tickets at that price, and I remember they were not expensive. $25-$26, I think. In fact, I have my ticket stubs. Somewhere in this room are my ticket stubs from way back. I kept them all. I might have left or misplaced or maybe trashed some of those ticket stubs, but I have a few of them. And I have one for when I went and saw Tool in the 10,000 Days tour on the floor, like seriously 10 feet away from Adam and Maynard. And dude, it was one of the best I've ever seen, because this isn't like a regular, mosh pit. It wasn't like a mosh pit. Everybody was just like standing there jamming, and it was awesome. And getting to see oh man, it was so great. Tool was awesome, man. Tool was great. Such a good show. So there you go. I'm not a music person, but I'm all about Frank Turner. I will see him every time he's in Michigan or within a 4-hour drive. So I get it. Sometimes there's that band that just hits. And Nine Inch Nails is not just a band playing, because a lot of times, in fact, if you've seen the video for Hurt, the video shows, and that's during that was the Self-Destruct tour where they did this. They had, it almost looked like a screen comes down in front of them, but it's transparent. And so they'd shine the light on Trent. So Trent would be visible through the screen, but there would be in the, do I still have it up? No, I closed it. In the area where they control all the sound, there's also a movie projector, and it's projecting images like a movie on that screen in front of him, but you can see him in the background. It was like watching a music video live. And he's done that every single time. There's always different, really interesting. It's an interesting show. It's not just music. There was one show that I went to where there were tilting video screens, and they would go up here, and then they did all kinds of crazy stuff. There's, it's cool. It's cool. Metallica was one of the best concerts I've ever been to. Tickets were $300, but worth it. Yeah. Another band that does too is Godsmack. They're awesome live. Never seen I guess the hardest. I really haven't been to a hard, you know, a heavy metal or hard rock show. I mean, Nine Inch Nails is as hard as it gets for me. Have seen Metallica 4 times. Every time has been incredible. Guns N' Roses? That's not really hard, is it? That was fun though. And seeing it with, Billy and Jay, it was cool. Like to see Slayer, also Phil Collins, but I think he's done. Yeah, Phil Collins, man. Oof. Snap, I missed an hour. I was doom scrolling. Well, Rufus, welcome. We were talking music. We're talking music and stuff. Because that's what happens. We're just talking about music. Because Nine Inch Nails tickets go on sale in 14 hours. 16 hours. Roughly 16 hours from now. At least my time. Central time. This is a better place to be. Oh, well, thank you, Movie Mike. I appreciate that. And so you guys are so kind to me. I really appreciate you guys. Just for being here, hanging out, doing the thing. Means a lot. And yeah, my eye is definitely swollen. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I got bags under my eyes anyway because I haven't been sleeping well. As I've said, I don't know what it is about January and February. Maybe it's the heat. I don't know what it is, but I have trouble sleeping. Yeah. Cradle of Filth put on a badass show. Well, I'll tell you, from the different shows that I saw, I love Nine Inch Nails, of course. Coldplay put on a hell of a show. Hell of a show. Guns N' Roses was awesome. I saw Ugly Kid Joe. I want to say Clutch. I don't really remember. I wasn't a huge fan. It wasn't my thing. But I also saw Marilyn Manson a couple of times. Marilyn Manson opened for Nine Inch Nails, but then I saw Marilyn Manson on his own, and it was like, I feel dirty just watching this. Just not my thing. It just didn't hit for me. I saw, of course, my first show was Journey back in 1984 or 1985. I was 8 or 9 years old. Went with my mom. It was actually really fun, and it was one of those. I mean, look, I'm not gonna sit here and ask for sympathy or whatever, but it was one of the few times that my mom and I had a thing where it was just us. Another time is when she took me to see Raiders of the Lost Ark for the first time. I was scared out of my mind when after the what do you call it, the Well of Souls, and he's on top of the snake, and the snake bursts through the wall, and then Marion's kind of by herself, and all those bodies start falling on her. Yeah, that scared the hell out of me. I would not look. I wouldn't look for years. And then finally when I watched it, I was like, that's not that bad. But it was the same with Poltergeist. But anyway, saw Raiders of the Lost Ark first time with my mom. With my moms. Yeah. I do miss my mom though. I mean, she passed a few years ago. It was, we weren't super close, but I do miss her. Yeah. Let's see. Is there a new Nine Inch Nails album? Well, that's the real key. Nine Inch Nails is doing the score for Tron Ares, the next Tron movie, because of course Daft Punk is no longer around. Nine Inch Nails came in. They're going to be doing the score for the new Tron movie that comes out the end of this year. So I don't know if that's what they're supporting or if there's new music coming. Now, the name of the tour is, what is it called? The Peel It Back tour. That's from Piggy. And that's what was it, the third song? or second song off of the Downward Spiral back in 94. You know, take the skin and peel it back. Doesn't it make you feel better? Yeah. That's from that song. So not sure what if there's going to be new music other than the Tron score, or if it's going to be, or if there's actual other new music coming. I don't know. No love for Creed. Creed was not my thing. Creed was like, to me, it was like, I mean, it's basically like I don't know. It's just not my thing. Creed was not my thing. There were a lot of artists that came out around that time that, in my opinion, were copies of other more popular bands. So to me, it was kind of like Creed was like pop Pearl Jam, like really pop Pearl Jam, but Christian. And it's just not my thing. To me, Stabbing Westward was a Nine Inch Nails clone. You know, there's a band called God Lives Underwater, which had a great song, but very felt like a Nine Inch Nails clone. I like some Stabbing Westward songs, but come on, they were kind of a Nine Inch Nails clone. So it's yeah, some of those bands just didn't do it for me. Iron Maiden was super sick. The set pieces were dope. Never saw Iron Maiden either. Cause you're awesome, genuine, got a hell of a butt. Thank you, Filbert. Your movie opinions are pretty okay too. I mean, here's the thing. It's not about, you know, to me, it's not about the opinions. It's can you discuss movies, you know, and the thing is art is subjective. Band, movie, book, everything is subjective. Art is subjective. And if you don't like something, or if you like something, you should be able to articulate why. And that's kind of what this channel is all about, is articulating the things that I like and sharing things that I like with you guys. So there you go. What happened to your eye? I don't know. So I got my hair cut, and then my eye started jacking up. And so my guess is something flew in my eye, but I don't know because I can't see anything. I don't really feel anything. There was one point where it felt like, you know, like a piece of sand or something, but then that went away and it's still like swollen and it hurts. It doesn't hurt right now, but the way that it felt like right here, not so much here or here, but right in here. It, it just hurt. And when I did that, it hurt. But it feels so much better after I took Tylenol. So I think it's taken the swelling down. And I think it was Movie Mike that said that they could see. But like even my wife, you know, was like looking in my eyes. She's like, I don't see anything. I don't see anything weird. It's just swollen. Of course I'm here. I get to chill and talk to me friends. Yes. Yes. That's what it's all about, Ricky. Talking and chilling and hanging out. Clutch is so good. See, Rufus, and that's the thing. I know that Clutch is one of those bands that, man, if you're a fan of Clutch, man, you are a fan of Clutch. But for some reason, and it may not be Clutch. I'm trying to think. I don't know if I can't for 100% tell you that yes, it was Clutch. But all I know is that they didn't do it for me. Whatever band it was, they didn't do it for me. It's kind of like some people love the Beastie Boys. And I know that, you know, a couple of their band members have, you know, sadly passed away. But there are people that are like huge fans of Beastie Boys. And then there are other people that are like, yeah, I don't like them at all. Yeah, I don't vibe with them at all. To me, Clutch, from what I've heard, is very not in my wheelhouse. It's a different style of music that I just don't vibe with it. And maybe there's an album that's like, yeah, but if you listen to this will tell you if you're a fan of Clutch or not. You know, like Nine Inch Nails to me, if you listen to the Downward Spiral and you don't find anything on that album you like, you're probably not going to like much else. But I also feel like Nine Inch Nails has changed a lot over the years. He's gotten more less introspective and more focused on the world. And it's a different vibe and a different sound. But every now and then he'll go back to his, his roots and write a song that feels very Nine Inch Nails. But I don't know. It's weird. I heard it was one of them pesky eye emus. It could be. It could have been that an emu flew in my eye and laid eggs. Anytime there's something like that, people get freaked out. But I don't know. Maybe a spider laid eggs in my eye. Ooh, that would be kind of creepy and kind of cool. Somebody wakes up and they're like, "Oh, my eye hurts. My eye hurts." And then a bunch of spiders crawl out of their eye. Oh, sorry if that gives anybody the heebie-jeebies, but I don't know. Sometimes that's one of the things that I always used to be able to do, is I used to be able to gross people out with the words because my words were very visual. And then I could describe things that made, like, I remember I think I've told this story before, but when I was working at Sprint back in the day, I know Sprint. Yeah, cell phones, Sprint. Anyway, when I was working there, I remember I made a guy gag based on my description of something. And it was hilarious to me. And it's like, words can have, especially if you can describe things very visually, it can freak you out or creep you out or whatever. Anyway, I love Clutch. Yeah, see? And just from what I remember, Clutch just didn't vibe with me. But that's okay. Have I seen, okay, just updated. Have I seen Sting? If you're talking about good old Gordon, you mean the Police Sting? If that's the Sting that you're talking about, if I ever lose my faith. If you're talking about that Sting, no, I haven't, but I would love to. I would love to. But no, I haven't. I saw Billy Joel, Don't Judge Me, in 99. Great show. There's no judgment here. Jay actually went and saw Billy Joel, and he said it was freaking awesome. So there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. And see, like a lot of people like Creed. Creed just didn't vibe with me. It just wasn't my thing. I'm always here to hang out with my mom when I can, since I don't see her much. So if it's just her and hanging out, then it's a great time to meet. Basically, any time that you can spend with your mom or dad is time well spent. Time well spent. Between his tag team career with Macho Man, The Police, his Crow arc from WWF, and his solo career, Sting is epic. Yes, Rufus. You're mixing two Stings together, but that's okay. I'll allow it. I do love The Police, though. By himself, he's a little different. By the way, I think I've talked about this before, but there is on the I think it's Gordon Sumner is his name. I think that's his birth name, Gordon Sumner. And then there's the album Sting, 10 Summoner's Tales. Okay? And they're each song is a story. Okay? What I would definitely encourage you to listen to the song off of that album called Something the Boy Said, and see if you don't get the visual. And I'll tell you this, if I could somehow get a hold of Sting, I would say, can I please write a short story, short movie, whatever, a movie about that story that you tell in Something the Boy Said, because it sounds awesome. And it's so visual, and it gives you the creeps, and it's awesome. And it's a great song. I would love to do that. So there you go. Downward Spiral. Yes. Downward Spiral is great. I had the Further Downward Spiral was my first CD. Yes, you said that. Yeah. And yeah, that's mostly, in fact, it's all remixes, which is good. Sting was in Dune, another reason why the original was better. I mean, look, he was great as Fade Rotha. He was great, but he was also a little underused, if I'm going to be honest. But why is Daft Punk out? Well, Daft Punk has broken up as a band or as a thing. Daft Punk doesn't exist anymore. As far as they're not doing any more new music together, those two guys. So yeah, Daft Punk is done, which means that someone had to write the score for, and Daft Punk did an amazing job on Tron Legacy. In fact, they're part of the reason why I think that movie's so much fun. It's because I think the score really adds to it's like another character, and I really enjoy the movie. I thought Olivia Wilde did a great job, and she was cute. She's cutie pie. But also, I like that movie. I just like that movie. Even though some of the CG, especially the young Jeff Bridges, is kind of not great. You know, for the time, it was pretty good. But now you look at it and you're like, oh, that looks pretty bad. But I still like the movie. So, there you go. If I got free tickets, yeah. And like I said, I wouldn't have paid for Coldplay. I wouldn't have. But I was like at the last minute, hey, I have an extra ticket to Coldplay. Do you want to go with me? And I'm like, yes. And I went, and it was awesome. It was so much fun. It was just a great time. It was me and Jerry, from the old podcast. So I had a good time. I had every Nine Inch Nails CD up to the Fragile, all the Halos. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In fact, I can't take the camera over there, but there you go. So you got Down in It, Pretty Hate Machine. I have 2 copies of Pretty Hate Machine. One is the remastered version. And then, what is that? Head Like a Hole. Yeah, Head Like a Hole. And then I have, that's the UK single. I have Sin. I have Broken, Fixed, March of the Pigs, Downward Spiral. The deluxe edition of Downward Spiral. Then Closer to God, then Further Down the Spiral. The Perfect Drug versions, Halo 13, The Day the Whole World Went Away, then The Fragile, then 3 copies of We're in This Together, all the different imports from that. I have With Teeth. I have 2 copies of With Teeth. I have the CD, and then I have the dual disc version that plays in 5.1 if you put it in a SA CD player. And then I also have the day Every Day is Exactly the Same, and then Year Zero remixed, and then I have, that's where I stopped. I also have Ghosts, which is it isn't a Halo, but it doesn't fit on the shelf. And then I have a bunch of bootlegs. So there you go. Bam. Let's see. Uncanny Creed impression. Gotta clip that. Look, I don't know. Am I that far behind? Jeez. Creed was to Pearl Jam as Nickelback were to Nirvana. I don't know. Do you think Nickelback and Nirvana are that close? See, Nickelback's another one of those bands that a lot of people are like, screw Nickelback. Nickelback has a lot of good songs. And if I was invited to a show with Nickelback, I'd probably go, yeah, let's go. Screw it, let's go. 3 Doors Down. Oh, they're another. And to me, look, everybody's, every band is probably somebody's favorite, right? It's hard to imagine that, but that's probably true. But like, there's so many bands that are just kind of like forgettable to me. 3 Doors Down is one of those. Creed's one of those. Like, if you're talking about Christian bands that made it into the mainstream, Jars of Clay was to me a better band than they. I actually like whatever that album was that had Flood on it. I actually like that album. When all by all power. Anyway, uh, I can't save me, so why don't you save yourself? Gravity Kills. Yeah, they were on the Seven soundtrack with well, what is that song called? Guilty. Well, I'm guilty, and you guilty too. I mean, it's a pretty cool song, but kind of forgettable and kind of one note. I would only see Iron Maiden if it was the original singer Paul Diano instead of Bruce Dickinson. Machines of Loving Grace? Okay. Maybe a small hair shaving got in there. Yeah, that's probably what it was. It's probably something from when I got my haircut, but my wife. Eye pain is so bad. I had a severe corneal abrasion about 10 years ago. Worst pain I've ever experienced. Well, it's nowhere near the worst pain I've ever experienced, but it's just annoying. It feels better now. Rob, what is a movie you love but you want to direct or give a final edit of the screenplay which you believe you can make slightly better? I'll tell you this. If there is a movie that I feel like is really misunderstood and that I feel like with a couple of additions, this is impossible to do. You know, people have moved on, people have died, unfortunately. The Last Jedi. I think a couple of short scenes could make that story so much better. And some different CG. Because the Leia Poppins thing, even though I knew exactly what was going on, because I'll just say this. Leia does something like that in one of the canon books. She saves herself. And so when that was happening, I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's pretty awesome. But everybody started laughing, which is not what you want in a Star Wars movie, especially not intentional. The Leia Poppins thing could be redone and made to look better. Made to look cool. The and I think a lot of the Canto Bight stuff could be cut down and made better. I mean, the whole point of The Last Jedi, it's the second act in a trilogy. And say what you will, but I believe that the second act in a trilogy, it should be about failure. That whole movie, if you really boil it down, is about failure. And you could make that movie better. So here's the thing. Would I spend the time making The Last Jedi better? What I think would be better? Or would you turn to Rise of Skywalker? I don't know. So that's a difficult question and could take a lot of time because I believe a lot of movies there are a ton of movies out there that just don't secure the landing, you know? And I wish that the landing could be, nailed. The ending. So if you don't like Clutch, listen to Corrosion of Conformity, then try to like Clutch again. I've listened to both and just kind of like, spiders crawling out of eyes is the worst jump scare. I mean, yeah, I've listened to Corrosion. It's just not my thing. Rob prepping his own nightmare with the eye spiders. If I could tell you some of the things that I've dreamed up, there was one point where, in fact, it was kind of I think I've told this story too. I was sitting in my cubicle at work, and it was in the middle of me writing or developing that story. And I'm sitting there, and I'm just kind of staring off into space. And I'm in my own world, man. I'm kind of on my break, but I'm just staring at nothing. And a girl I worked with, a woman I worked with, came up to me and she goes, what are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, sorry. I was dreaming up ways to kill people." Because the story that I was developing had a serial killer in it. So I was trying to come up with like really creative ways to kill somebody. And it was just a story. I was coming up with a story. That's what I said. So I wonder if I'll get demonetized for that. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I've come up with some horrific things. And what happens is, because I'm a very visual, auditory, like, movies are a big deal to me, right? The whole experience, the visuals and the auditory, the audio part of it, right? The mix, the sound. When I think up some of these horrific things, I'm also hearing the sound, you know? And that's the thing that I think is missing from a lot of horror, and even some action films could use better quality sound. And the sound could enrich the feeling of somebody getting maimed, hurt. Anyway. Rob prepping his own. Yeah, I already said that. Police Sting. Rufus, Damned for All Time was the last one I listened to. Kind of nailed that falsetto. Enjoy that mom time. I'm older than my mom now. Strange feeling. I know. It's really strange. I mean, I didn't experience that, but I get what you're saying. Don't forget Frodo killed spiders with Sting. That's true. Bilbo killed a lot of spiders too. On Any Other Day just isn't Sting's best song. On Any Other Day, it may be one of the best songs of all time. I think Fragile or Fragile. Yeah, I think he sings it as Fragile. That's a great song. Billy Joel, yeah. On My Way Home, BRB later. Ricky, you do the thing. And I'm so far behind. I'm not that far behind. Got that Tron Legacy album on vinyl. So good. Man, I've listened to that thing so many times. It's really, really good. And look, I would rather it be Daft Punk, to be honest, because I don't know if it's going to work. The Nine Inch Nails. I mean, that's like a comedian having to go on after one of the best comedians ever, you know? Dave Chappelle goes on, and then you're like, oh crap, now I got to follow Dave Chappelle, you know, or I got to follow, you know, George Carlin. Oh my God, you know, it's tough, but I think he's up for the challenge, and I hope he brings it. They bring it, I should say, because Trent and Atticus are really, it's both of them. I can't just say Trent. Regarding Daft Punk, I just bought the Daft Punk pack for Beat Saber. That's a huge bummer. They haven't been a thing my entire life. Yeah, man. I really enjoy Daft Punk. A lot of their stuff. In fact, Around the World is on. There might be a couple of music videos from Daft Punk on that collection that I have from Spike Jonze, Chris Cunningham, and Michel Gondry. Dude, there's some great songs on there. In fact, there's I know Around the World is on there. There might be other ones. But yeah, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. On Any Other Day. What is that? Is that from On Any Other Day? Sting. Not Stein. On Any Other Day. Why do I not remember this song? I know I've heard the song. I just don't remember it. It's been a while. I'd play it, but then I'd get demonetized, and I wouldn't do that. Dev, welcome. Hi. Sorry, I'm getting caught up in the chat here. But hi. Saw a movie I've always wanted to from 95 but never did, and it was enjoyable. Tank Girl. Wow. I saw that back in the day, and I don't remember it. That Nirvana collection. I mean, I have quite a few. I only have a few. I have Bleach, or is it Bleach? Nirvana Bleach. I have the Nirvana Black album. Oh, that is, wait. No, I don't have that. The one where it's, anyway, I have Bleach, Nevermind, Incesticide, In Utero, Unplugged in New York, From the Muddy Banks, and that's all I have. I mean, everything else I have is in the old Apple Music cloud thing. Because I mean, I have all of the extended things and the with the lights out. I think is one of the collections. I have that, but that's all on Apple Music. I don't own it. I bet there's a lot of hot girls at a Nickelback concert. You can get laid, Rob. I mean, again, married, dude. It's different. It's different when you're married and happily married at that. You don't go for that. I actually had tickets, a concert that I didn't actually go to, and I'm a huge fan. John Mayer. I had free tickets to John Mayer and I didn't go. And talk about a concert where, man, there would have been a lot of women at that concert. Since they're back, would love to see Oasis. Oh man, Oasis would be a good one. I think it could have been good. You're right on. I mean, I know I was talking about a couple of movies, but man, there's a lot of movies that just didn't quite stick the landing, and man, it would be cool to be able to somehow fix them. But that's the thing with fan edits is that you're limited to what's been made available. You're not limited to the stuff that's on the cutting, or you don't have access to the stuff that's on the cutting room floor. And if there's something that would require a reshoot, there's no way to get that time back. You can't call up, you know, Mark Hamill and say, "Hey, would you mind putting on the Luke stuff on one more time and refilm this scene?" And he'd be like, "No." I mean, I'm pretty sure he's pretty much done at this point. I think he was done. He was pretty much done after Last Jedi, from what I hear. Same with Alien Romulus. Take out a few callbacks and bad CGI deepfake. You got a great movie. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure that there's probably fan edits out there already, and apparently, they fixed the CGI of a certain character that Ricky spoiled in the was that in the Discord that he spoiled it? It's fine. It's no big deal. My son took a chunk out of my eye with his nail when I was doing Undertaker eyes at him. He says, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry that but you scare me. It still has a sort of the touch feeling sometimes." Yeesh. But it's up top and not visible. Gotcha. Probably lucky your sight was not impacted. Yeah. Iris and all that goes on. Ooh. Ooh. And look at there. Leon's here. Brought him up earlier, and there he is. Leon, I was talking about how we were talking about my story idea and how you seem to be pretty excited about it, but I haven't said any details, because it's not written yet. But I love John Mayer, man. I think John Mayer is a great guitarist, and I like a lot of his songs, but P is stored in the balls is great if you ever want to trip out friends, sometimes even Daft Punk fans. Okay. I don't know that song, I don't think. Leon. On Any Other Day is a song from the Police album Regatta de Blanc. Yeah, I mean, I saw it, but I'm like, I don't know. And maybe it's because a lot of those songs, because Synchronicity is my jam. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. So a lot of the previous stuff I know I've heard, but I just don't remember it. And maybe I just don't know it by that song or by that name. I don't know. My favorite Nirvana album is Silverchair's Diorama. Target-rich environment. Yes, John Mayer would be definitely a target-rich environment if you were so inclined. But that's, again, I wouldn't go to John Mayer to see if I could pick up chicks because I'm happily married for 24 plus years. It's different. Yeah, we had some thunderstorms and high winds and nonsense here. Probably nothing compared to USA extreme weather, though. I was trying to stop my barbecue from taking off, but there you guys... Wait, but out there, you guys have to try to stop your houses from taking off. Yeah. Cold, but not knocking out my internet. Yeah. It's not a full song, but it's been turned into one by internet denizens. It was just a funny short thing of theirs. Their full song is legendary. Well, there you go. I don't know anything about it. But hey, I want to bring this up. I did finish Carbonite. Are you still here? I did finish Death's End. So the trilogy, the Three Body Problem trilogy, I finished. Um, I'll just say this. If you can't get into it, I 100% understand. The only reason that I was able to finish this trilogy is because I had the audiobook alongside it. Because the audiobook keeps you moving. Because a lot, man, this is like the whole trilogy is like 90% plot and only like 10% character. Maybe less. It may be even worse than that. Because it's not about character development. It's about these are the things that happen and this is how things go. Am I glad that I read it? Listened to it, read it? I did read it along with it. Yes. I am very glad. It goes in directions that you don't know where this is going, you know? I had no idea when I started Death's End that it would end where it would. And I enjoyed the journey. But I totally get it when somebody says that it's so heavy in the science and the plot that a lot of whole chapters read like a history book instead of entertainment. You know what I mean? You don't have a lot of dialogue between characters, and that's just one of the problems with Death's End. And I think Derek, you were talking about books as well. But yeah, I'm reading currently I'm reading The Alloy of Law. Is that what it's called? I think. Whatever the next book in the Cosmere is. That's what I'm reading right now. Yes, The Alloy of Law. So it's the fourth book in the Mistborn saga, which is part of the Cosmere. But it's not a like that first Mistborn, the what is it, the Final Empire trilogy? That's its own thing. This is Mistborn, but in a whole different time and a whole different like world. It's interesting. But I just started it. But as far as this goes, I'm really curious what they're going to do for the next season of the Three Body Problem that Benioff and Weiss did for Netflix, because I thought the first season was amazing. But I knew that they were taking ideas from other parts of the story, including this one. So there are parts of this book that take place in the first season of Three Body Problem. I don't exactly know how they're going to do this, but I really enjoy it. I really enjoyed what they did because they brought character to the story. So it's going to be really interesting. Big ideas though. And I don't know, man. It's hard to recommend because it's not like it's a difficult read. I'll just say that it is a difficult read. But that's what I'll say about it. Hopefully, and the alloy of law is much easier to get into, and it's going to be much shorter. So I should be moving on. I think the next book on the list. Where is it? Oh, no. Where the hell is it? I honestly don't know where it is. It's Salem's Lot, the illustrated expanded edition. But I don't know where I put it. Where is it? I don't know. Because there's the House of Leaves. That will be coming soon. Rufus. I will be reading that very soon. But I just don't know where I put Salem's Lot. Oh, there it is. It's up there. Psh, It's right. It's right up there. So yeah, yeah. So yeah, I have The Alloy of Law. Then after that, Mr. Bliss, which is a children's book written by Tolkien, and then Salem's Lot, then The 11th Metal, which I believe is I don't know if that's a short story in the cosmic. I don't know. And then The Road to Middle Earth. Oh, okay. So I have 1984, then Animal Farm because I want to reread those because it's Orwell. I want to, I want to mix in some classics, and then House of Leaves, and then I've got room to put some. Oh, I still need to read the Dashiell Hammett books. I want to read those too. So, anyway, that's what's coming soon as far as reading goes. So there you go. I've read Salem's Lot. I read Salem's Lot. It was the first Stephen King book that I ever read. But this is the illustrated expanded edition, the hardback that I got, and because of I just recently watched the 1979 series, and I'm like I don't remember, and especially I'll just say that there are elements from Salem's Lot that show up in the Dark Tower, and because I read the Dark Tower, I was really interested in reading Salem's Lot again, so that's why I'm reading Salem's Lot again. I loved Mistborn, by the way. If you're, I think Brandon Sanderson is a hell of a writer, and even though I thought Way of Kings, the one that I recently read, I thought it was a little too much. There was a lot of setup, and it took a long time. There were some moments of Way of Kings that felt like it dragged, but it's because the characters are going through something really difficult. It's the same as Half-Blood Print. No, Order of the Phoenix. Order of the Phoenix isn't as long as some of the books that come after, but Order of the Phoenix felt like it dragged, and it's because Harry's being tortured in it, and it feels like a slog because it's like, when is this going to be over? When is he going to get the better, the better end of the stick here? And it seemed like it took a long time. On rereads, it's not that bad because there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But when you're reading it, it feels like, you're just, if you're with the characters, you're like, oh God, this is really taking a long time. That's how The Way of Kings felt to me. But man, what a payoff. And I think Sanderson is just a freaking, he's a genius. So yeah, I'm going to get caught up on the Cosmere. Read everything he does because I really enjoy him. It's wild that for UK folk, Rob is a 1 a.m. show and Wraith is an 8 a.m. in the morning show. Yeah, 2 a.m. for Rufus. I mean, for Leon. Rufus. Yeah, Obama read that. Yeah. I mean, I read it because I wanted to read 3 Body Problem stuff. Movie Mike, it is a challenge. It is totally a challenge because, again, it's a Chinese story translated to English, but characterization is not the strong point of this guy. He's more interested in ideas, and sometimes his characters are discussing ideas, and you're not learning anything new about the characters, so it feels like nothing's happening, and it can make it feel really slow. But man, some of the ideas are amazing. Some of the stuff in Death's End blew my mind. But I was also sitting there going, I can't say I'm enjoying this. I feel like there's potential in this story. And after seeing the Netflix show and seeing what Benioff and Weiss was able to do with the whole story and the way that it's presented, you're with the characters and you're getting a character motivation. I highly recommend the Netflix series. Highly recommend it. It's so good. But he does think, like, if you saw, I'm not, no spoilers, okay? But there's an episode in the Netflix series that is, it's an insane idea. And when you see it happen, you're just like, I can't believe they pulled that off. What a crazy idea. With the very thin, yeah, amazing stuff. There are things that happen in Death's End that I'm like, I have no idea how they're going to do that. This is going to be really interesting. So, again, I'm glad I read it, but I'm also like, I don't know if I can recommend it. Because Carbonite, Carbonite was like, yeah, he's stopped and started that multiple times because it's so dense. It's tough. I was doing some computery stuff and lost track of time. Now I'm here until I'm not here. There you go. There you go. My show is so late it's early. House of Leaves is an experience and a half. Yeah, I mean that was recommended to me by Rufus, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But I will. Oh yes. Oh yes. Just gathering my coins to take to the bank. How's you? Sleepy? Before House of Leaves, check out Brave New World. Do I have to? What is Brave New World? Brave New Book? Before House of Leaves, check out Brave New World. But why? I heard something about Orwell's letters are interesting to read. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I don't know if I'm like getting into Orwell. I just have those and I purchased them. It's kind of like the movies. It's like I bought it and I kind of want to read it now. I don't know. The Forgetful Guy. Hey, it's all right. It's no big deal. Time for that big breakfast. I've read it a couple of times, Rufus. It's the kind of book where I think you pull more out of it in subsequent readings. Not Gary. Welcome, Not Gary. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. I have to go back through whenever I pick it up. Boo, Benioff and Weiss, boo. Yeah, but Leon, they did a hell of a job with Three Body Problem. Hell of a job. And you would probably agree that when they have something to adapt, they do better than when they have to make up stuff, right? Well, they got a lot to deal with Three Body Problem. So, dystopian future book. Yeah, I've never even, I mean, I've heard of it. Oh, that's just a video why you should read it. Let me see. Let me just see. Here, you can read along with me. Largely set in a futuristic world state whose citizens are environmentally engineered into an intelligence-based social hierarchy, the novel anticipates huge scientific advancements in reproductive technology, sleep learning, psychological manipulation, and classical conditioning that are combined to make a dystopian society which is challenged by the story's protagonist. Huxley followed this book with a reassessment in essay form, Brave New World Revisited, and with his final novel, Island, the utopian counterpart. This novel is often compared as an inversion counterpart to George Orwell's 1984. Okay. And it doesn't look like it's a very thick 311 pages. Okay. I might have to check that out. I'm going to put it on the list, but we'll see. We'll see when it, let me see. If I put it here, I'll just put it here like, I'll put it here. Brave New World. Put it there. Let's just see what happens. Nice and thin. Okay. Aldous Huxley. A dystopian future book after 1984. It's good to compare it to. Okay. Yeah, I have it. Should I read 1984 first or Animal Farm first? It's been a long time since I've read those. And I think that was just the order that I purchased them. Didn't, you know. No connection. Okay, no connection to House of Leaves. Gotcha. Yeah, I just didn't. I was like, do I have to read it first? 1984 Brave New World and Fahrenheit 451 should be required reading. Yes. Yes. 310 pages too much. Ricky, just calm down, okay? Calm down. Fahrenheit 451 is an easy, quick read. Animal Farm first. Okay, well, I'm going to switch those then. I mean, I have them both. It's not like... not going to be any skin off my sack. Anyway. Hello, Ricky, you naughty pickle. Link to. I would take some Soma from Brave New World. Reading Brave New World will get you laid. Well, we'll see what happens. I just read Fahrenheit 451 a few months ago. It holds up pretty well. Animal Farm, then 84, then okay. Gotcha. There you go. It's on the list. Thank you for that. How about we get into movies just movies I watched this week. How's that? I've got a stack here. I watched a lot of movies. So first up, I watched Road Warrior. I watched Mad Max last week. I watched Road Warrior, Beyond Thunderdome, and Fury Road in 4K. Dude. So here's the deal. I've only seen Mad Max, The Road Warrior, and Beyond Thunderdome twice each. And the first time that I'd watched Mad Max, Road Warrior, and Beyond Thunderdome was before Furiosa. So I saw Fury Road without knowing anything about, other than, Tina Turner and, Mel Gibson. That's all I knew about Mad Max before I saw Fury Road for the first time. Now I've seen Fury Road multiple times now, and my God, the sound in Fury Road is, it's so good. I love it so much. Now here's the thing. I said that I don't even need to really take this out. I said that the Mad Max disc had no special features on it. That's true. The Road Warrior disc did have a couple of special features on it, which was nice. Beyond Thunderdome had nothing, and Fury Road had nothing. But luckily, I still have my... I have it in 4K. I have the 3D of Fury Road. And because the 3D of Fury Road came with a digital copy, I got the digital copy of Fury Road with the black and chrome edition, which I don't really care for. I gotta be honest. I'm not a big, let's watch it in black and white. For what? Why? It's fine. It's cool. It's cool that it's there, but I'll just watch it in 4K from now on. Great, dude. Great. What a great set of movies. Road Warrior, each one gets better. Not counting Furiosa. I don't think it's quite up to Fury Road. But you got Mad Max, pretty good. Road Warrior, even better. Beyond Thunderdome, now I know this is controversial. I know a lot of people don't like Beyond Thunderdome. They're like, oh, it's PG-13 and it's all neutered. But I think it's a better story. Again, I'm seeing it without any context, without any, I didn't grow up with these movies. For a lot of people, the Road Warrior is the thing that just blew everybody's minds. And then Beyond Thunderdome comes out and it felt like, it feels like a step down from the Road Warrior. A lot of people feel that way. Even in an interview, George Miller said that a lot of people just felt let down from Beyond Thunderdome. But to me, story-wise, as a world-building exercise, I felt Beyond Thunderdome added another level, which I really enjoyed. I liked it a lot. And it's funny, if you look up Roger Ebert's review, he felt the same way. But yeah, I mean, I was sitting there going, I mean, I get that people didn't like Beyond Thunderdome. I get it. You know, what's Tina Turner do? What? I thought she was great. And I gotta say, I know I don't know. Tina Turner was hot and she was great. I loved it. I love Beyond Thunderdome. I get why people don't like it as much. But then Fury Road is just, oh man, Fury Road is so good. It's such a good movie. So if you haven't seen these, at least watch Fury Road. Because oh my God, what an experience Fury Road is. These are, I'll just say this. Except for one of these movies, all bangers this week. Seriously, I mean, holy crap. This one, I haven't seen in probably 5-6 years. But this is a movie that I know for some people, they're like, oh, I can put a movie, like I can put The Godfather in. You know, or if The Godfather's on TV, like remember when they played The Godfather on TBS all the time? And sometimes you would just you'd be like, oh, The Godfather's on. You put it on, and it could be right in the middle of the movie, but you didn't care. You kept watching it. This movie's like that. If this movie was on, I would just watch it. Lawrence of Arabia. This 4K is beautiful. And this is a steelbook which has the 4K over 2 discs. So you know that they really didn't sacrifice the quality of the movie. Then you get the special features disc and you get it in Blu-ray as well. This is I love that I have this. I love this movie so much. And it's, man, completely watchable. What is this, 3.5 hours? And it just, to me, it flies by. I love this movie. And it's gorgeously shot. And it's one of those, like, I cannot believe that all of this is real. Like if you've come from, if you're, say, under 35 and you haven't seen this, you're going to go, so where are the matte paintings? No. This was shot in the desert with real people and real sets and real stuff. And it's crazy. It's unbelievable. In fact, Steven Spielberg said, and this was back, I think, late 2000s, I think, like 2008, 2009. He said in an interview that this movie, if made today, would cost upwards of like $275 million. And that's 15 years ago. So now it'd probably be like a $450, $500 million budget to make this movie. It is crazy what they were able to accomplish back then. It was only $15 million budget. But this movie came out. When did this movie come out? 1962 is when the movie came out. But Peter O'Toole, insane. Omar Sharif, great. Anthony Quinn, insane. Jose Ferrer as the Turkish prison guy, crazy good. It's just a good movie. Okay? It's just so good. It's so good. Now what's funny is, so this was not planned. This is just how I'm watching movies in the order that I received them when I ordered them. So I got Lawrence of Arabia with Anthony Quinn, with Jose Ferrer. Then I got this movie, Revenge, with Anthony Quinn and Jose Ferrer's son, Miguel Ferrer. You know, Bob Morton from RoboCop. Yeah, he's in this too. But this is Tony Scott's movie. Came out in 1990. Kevin Costner, Madeline Stowe, Anthony Quinn, John Leguizamo. and Miguel Ferrer. I gotta be honest with you. This is the one that's not. It's not great. In my opinion, this is not my favorite Tony Scott movie, like at all. To me, True Romance is way better. Like True Romance is his masterpiece, in my opinion. But I also love. I mean, you got Taste of Thunder, you got Top Gun, you got, Enemy of the State, you got The Hunger. I mean, I have now, ow, I just bit the inside of my, but I have now seen, because of I Own Revenge, I have now seen all of Tony Scott's films. Man on Fire, dude, Man on Fire is awesome. Okay, Man on Fire is great. Revenge is, I'll say this: this is definitely Tony Scott's sexiest movie. I mean, I'll tell you, Kevin Costner and Madeline Stowe in the unrated, they go for it. They go for it in this movie. But it's just not my favorite. Beautifully shot, beautifully put together, and all that kind of stuff. It's just not my favorite. But Kevin Costner, man, 1990. Okay, this is when this movie came out, early in 1990, which I think they finished filming this at the end of December of 90. Of 88. So it took about a year, little over a year, to come out in theaters. Kevin Costner had such a crazy run. So in 1987, he has The Untouchables. Then in 88, he has Bull Durham. And then 89, he has Field of Dreams. Then in 1990, Revenge comes out. And then Dances with Wolves. So he had a crazy run. And this is part of that run. I just don't think it's a very successful movie myself. But this is the unrated director's cut, which is weird. It doesn't have the original, which is kind of a bummer. This doesn't have the theatrical cut on here. And the theatrical cut is actually longer. And the reason that it's longer is because the studio and the producer basically thought that, hey, we have to give some character motivation here. And Tony Scott in the commentary is basically like, the setup of this movie, character isn't needed. It's two people who want to they want to get down, and they'll do anything they'll do anything to get down. And that's what the first third of this movie is Madeline Stowe and Kevin Costner getting down. Now here's the basic storyline. I'll just real quick. So Anthony Quinn, who is, if you don't know who Anthony Quinn is, he's kind of a, I don't know if it doesn't really go into what he is, but he's a rich businessman in Mexico who may or may not be involved in cartel stuff. It's not really explained. But he's friends with Kevin Costner, who is a retired naval pilot. So at the beginning of this movie, Kevin Costner's flying around in the same cockpit and it has the same look as Top Gun, which is really strange. I'm like, this just looks like Top Gun with Kevin Costner, which is really strange. But anyway, he was a retired naval pilot, goes down to Mexico, meets with their friends. And you don't know how they're friends. You don't know why they're friends, but they're friends. But Madeline Stowe is Anthony Quinn's trophy wife. Things progress from there. You can kind of get where this movie goes. But I don't know, man. It just didn't work for me. It didn't work for me. Do they eat ass in the non-rated version? Well, Billy, hi, by the way. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'll say this, in HD, there are things that I didn't think I was going to see, and I saw it. And I was like, did I see that? And then in the commentary, Tony Scott, yeah, we could see some stuff in there. I'm like, oh, okay, that I did see that then. All right. So first, hey, I got 2 more movies to go. Let's get caught up here, because we've talking about a bunch of movies here. My favorite Bradbury quote is, "Jump, you'll learn to build wings on the way down. It's like I'll make it up as I go. That's what Grandpa Rick does. That's what heroes do." You'll be Branston English Pickle and like it. Pickle Rick. There you go. Pickle Rick. Mad Max. Great movies. And you finally watched Furiosa. What did you think of Furiosa, Ricky? Link 2. I watched the Rush Hour trilogy, but I watched the second one last. I mean, I don't think the Rush Hour trilogy is that dense in lore, is it not? It's just fun. I watched The Patriot and then The Blob. Yes, Billy. Good one. I have the Orwell Omnibus, only form of Animal Farm I own, and it's like Bible small lettering. I need to buy it. I loved Beyond Thunderdome. Yeah, me too. I really like it. And Billy watched the remake of The Blob. Currently, in my worldview, there's only one Mad Max flick, but I haven't watched the new ones. You should really watch Fury Road. Oh my God. If nothing else, Fury Road. Furiosa is really good too, but Fury Road. I love the remake, but have a great deal of nostalgia for the original first horror movie. I remember watching with my dad. Steamy window. What is that? I heard that the black and white version of The Mist makes the movie better. I have it. I've never watched it. It's supposed to give it more of a 50s feel, but I just never watched it. In fact, I don't know if I've ever watched. I own The Mist Blu-ray, and I think I own The Mist 2 times. I own 2 times. I don't know if I think I've only seen it the one time. I do like the movie. Yeah, there's The Mist, right next to The Monster Squad. Yeah. I saw Beyond Thunderdome in the theater. Great time. Yeah. It insists upon itself. Nice looking steelbook. Yeah. That Lawrence is. I'm waiting for Disney to do a woke remake. Florence of Arabia will be amazing. So is there intermission between the 2 discs? Link 2, yes. The intermission plays, and then it immediately, it fades out to black. And then the I think it just fades to black, and then the next disc starts up with the sort of the overture, and it's black screen before the movie starts up again. But yeah, Lawrence is great. Got to see Lawrence on the big screen a few years ago. Can report that it ruled. And yes, rest in peace, Miguel Ferrer. I love that guy. He's done great character work he did great character work for years. Ever since. I think the first time I ever saw him was in RoboCop. And then I saw him in all kinds of things. Of course, he's kind of a supporting role. He's not even on the front here. But in fact, he's not on the back. But I thought it was really interesting that I had Anthony Quinn and Jose Ferrer's son from Lawrence in the next movie, which is kind of neat. Kind of a cool connective thing. But yeah. I have to admit, I've never seen Lawrence of Arabia, one of the big gaps in my collection. Movie Mike, it's especially if you're a fan of movies and you know how a lot of movies are made, and you go back to 1962 and they're just in the desert for months, and what they had to do to get some of these shots is just it's baffling and amazing that it happened. So if nothing else, but it's also a really compelling story. I love it. I know there's going to be a lot of people that they're like 3.5 hours. Jeez. I loved it. I will say the second part doesn't flow as well as the first part, but still really good. I watched Ready or Not again the other night. Samara Weaving is a very good horror actress. I watched Ready or Not, didn't I? I think I did, and I really liked it. I watched the flick, and Sorry, I was attacked by a burp. But yeah. Yes, I think I did see that. Good one. I watched The Blob with my grandpa on some late night showing on TV. Steve McQueen used to demand bulk electric shavers, jeans, and the like, then bring them to the boys' home he grew up with. Calm down, Billy. Yeah, calm down, Billy. Jeez. But this next movie, I will say this. Huge. Look, I give Shozama a bunch of crap, and hopefully he knows I'm kidding. But man, he recommended to me one of the greatest movies I think I've ever seen. I'm serious. I'm no BS here. Out of the Past. Robert Mitchum, Jane Greer, Kirk Douglas, Rhonda Fleming. Look, this movie is badass. It's so good. I'm telling you, if you haven't seen this, and there's a good chance you haven't. But if you've ever seen, like, I like noir movies, right? I watch Double Indemnity. I've seen that now 3 times. Love it. It's a great movie. I think this one has it beat. This movie is the best noir I think I've ever seen. It's so good. And it's 97 minutes. It blows through. It's so good. I love the way it's shot. I love the way it's acted. This is a great movie. You need to put this one on your list if you haven't seen it. If you can appreciate, because that's the thing that you have to do, is you kind of have to almost put yourself into the mode of watching an older film to be able to appreciate an older film. It's a skill, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that have talked about this, that watching movies is a skill. To me, this one, it's one of the best. It's one of the best, if not the best noir movie I've ever seen. And Robert Mitchum is badass. Kirk Douglas is badass. It's so good. I don't think I'd ever seen Jane Greer before. She's great. So I'm telling you, you got to see this. Now, the only thing on this disc is a commentary. The commentary was really good too. I learned a lot listening to the commentary. But great movie. Great movie. Now, one banger to another banger. This is another movie that if you have not seen this, and you're a fan of movies, you have to see this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You need to seek out this movie if you have not seen it. And seek it out in the best quality that you can. The best you're going to get is 1080p. Because the color was, it was graded in 1080p. So it was graded after the film was printed. So Blu-ray quality is the best you're going to get. There will never be a 4K of this movie. But it's awesome. Amélie. It's a French movie. It's directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet. Sorry. Jean-Pierre Jeunet. You might know this director. It might sound familiar. He did Alien Resurrection, which is so far away from this movie that came out in 2001 is when this movie came out. Visually, this movie's insane. He does things with color. And again, the color grade was done after the movie was printed. So the original print of this movie is not color graded. So there's no going back. They're not going to color this movie again. But the color in this movie is ridiculous. On top of that, the story is so good. This is, in fact, I kind of feel like this movie has a lot in common with the quirkiness of, come on, Bucho, who's your favorite? Who's your favorite guy from Texas? Why am I going blank? Rushmore and Royal Tenenbaums, and why am I going blank on his name? Come on, guys. Who am I? The director? Wes Anderson. Jeez. Oh my God. this has a lot in common. It has the same kind of feel as Wes Anderson stuff. Yeah, there you go. You're a little late, but I got it. Yes, it's got that same quirkiness to it, but it's beautifully made. Let's see. Bursting with imagination and having seen her share of tragedy and fantasy, Amelie is not like the other girls. When she grows up, she becomes a waitress in a Montmartre in a bar run by a former dancer. Amelie enjoys simple pleasures until she discovers that her goal in life is to help others. To that end, she invents all sorts of tricks that allow her to intervene incognito into other people's lives, including an imbibing concierge and her hypochondriac neighbor. But Amelie's most difficult case turns out to be Nino Quincampoix, I'm probably mispronouncing that, a lonely sex shop worker who collects photos abandoned at coin-operated phone booths. I know. That sounds like what? What? Trust me. Amelie is one of it's an amazing movie. It's an amazing movie. In fact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Amelie is in the top 100 of all time on IMDb. Yes, I know it's heavily weighted by there's a lot of current movies that make it into the top 250 on IMDb, but I'm telling you, this movie deserves it. In fact, I mean, it was nominated for Best Cinematography at the Academy Awards. Did not win. But I'm telling you, you got to see this. You got to see this. This is only my second time watching this movie. I saw it when I worked at Blockbuster, said I need to buy that, and I never got around to buying it. I just never bought it. And it was on DVD at the time. I remember it was a double disc with one of those, gatefold type DVDs. But when they came out with this on Blu-ray, which is the highest quality that this movie can be made, I had to get it. And I love this movie. Audrey, how do you say her name? Tautu, I believe is how you say it. Matthew Kasovitz, Rufus, not that Rufus, not Rufus either. But this is a fantastic movie, and you need to see it. You need to seek this movie out however you can. It's gorgeous and funny and sweet. It'll make you it's almost like a live action. If you've seen Paddington and how it's so sweet and imaginative and beautiful and all the things, like it'll make you laugh, it'll make you cry. It's a great movie. It's so good. You have to see it. You have to see it. No, not you, Rufus, the Rufus that's in Amelie. It's a French movie with subtitles. Did I mention that? Made in France. French movie. Trust me. You need to see this movie if you haven't seen it. Please. Amelie, Out of the Past. Those are my two. Shit. Lawrence of Arabia, Mad Max, Fury Road. If you haven't seen those 4 movies, you need to see them. You've got to see them. You have to. You have to. You have to put them on your watch list. Anyway. Let me get caught up here. Actually, let me have... I was talking a lot. I need to rewatch Very Nice. Yes, Shozama. Like I said, I owe you everything on that one. Because that's Out of the Past. I would not have even... I mean, I probably would have come across it eventually, but it was you. You were the one that told me, hey, you should see Out of the Past. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. Put it on my list, and there you go. Watched it, loved it. Had to buy it. I like older movies. Chinatown was great. Yeah. And Chinatown it's down there somewhere. I got the 4K of that with the 2 Jakes. The one that was sold out for such a long time. I got it. I ended up getting it. I've only seen that movie once, as far as I can remember. I think I've only seen it once. So it'll be interesting to revisit that, even though it's Roman Polanski. I know Roman Polanski has, his thing and his controversy, but great filmmaker, great movie. Jack Nicholson's amazing. Vinny, welcome. Good to see you. Beats Double Indemnity. Wow, that is high praise. I will check it out. Movie Mike, I know that may not be what you feel, but I'm telling you, that movie deserves a lot more. A lot more. People should be talking about that movie in the same vein as The Maltese Falcon, Double Indemnity. This is a fantastic movie. And I think part of it is that it was a lower budget movie. That he talks about that in the commentary, that I think, or maybe I read that somewhere. But out of the no, he did talk about in the commentary, because this was made by RKO Pictures and not Warner Brothers or one of the other larger studios, MGM. Because it had a lower budget, it wasn't ever really talked about as much as some of those other movies. But again, this is now part of the archive collection. So apparently RKO sold this, or at least the home media rights are with Warner Brothers. But this is part of the Warner archive. It's one of the best, I'm telling you. So good. So good. What was that piece of crap he forced me and you to watch around his? Billy's? That whatever that ninja movie was. I'm not sure, Billy. I mean, Billy, if you're still here, you can tell us. What was that crazy American ninja? It wasn't American Ninja, but it was some ninja movie. Sorry, Rob, you said no buts. If there's no buts in the movie, then I'm not watching. Link 2, welcome. Did I say welcome earlier? I don't know if I did. Ain't nobody got the attention span for that. Well, you're not color graded. Your mom's not color graded. Favorite Texan director, Billy Chaser. Look at that. Did you see that, Billy? Bucho listed you, his favorite Texan director, over Wes Anderson. Crazy. You mentioned Amelie before, and I recommended his movie he made after with Audrey Tautou, A Very Long Engagement. I still haven't seen that, but trust me, it's on the list. It's on the list. I do want to see it. Thank you, Shozama. Is it as good as Femalian? Well, it's better. Look, here's the thing. Femalian, not good. It's not a good movie. Not a good movie. And Paddington 1 and 2 are great. They are. Let's see. Dragon Ball Evolution, Borderlands, and Matrix 4. Add all those to your must-see list too. That Vinny said that, and I gotta say I don't agree with those. Don't agree with in fact any of those. What, I'm not effing good enough? You can't draw me like one of your whore French. Jeez, Rufus, calm down, sir. Borderlands isn't as bad as people make it seem. True, but it's still not good though. It's still not good. You know? I mean, I haven't even seen it, but from what I've heard, it's not for me. I'm not going to waste the time. Really, Link 2. I'm not sure if I believe that. I saw Borderlands and enjoyed the movie. It's just not one I need to see again. Kung Fu Hustle, right? Billy is the best Texan musician as well. Now, wait, Derek. I mean, let's be honest here. There's a lot of great Texan musicians. I mean, it's very kind of you, but I mean, let's all be honest here. I have hundreds of hours in Borderlands. The movie blows. Shaolin Soccer. Okay, look, here's the deal. I only have a couple of news items, but I do have a couple of things to talk about, and maybe we can throw in some Photoshop AI insanity. So if you'll give me just a second, I'm going to fill up my water. I didn't drink tea today. I had a 5-hour energy about 3:15 because I was going to fall asleep. And I'm like, I got to do a show tonight. I need some energy. And it's, the 5-hour energy is worn off, but I need some water. So if you'll just give me just a couple minutes, fill up my water and maybe use the facilities, I'll be right back. Okay? I'll be right back. Okay, so have you ever? I know this is probably, let's be honest, mostly a male thing, a male audience. I'm probably talking to mostly males here. But do you ever like try to, like you're peeing and you're like, I need to hurry, so you pee, you kind of push, and you're peeing with more force, and then do you ever get like a fine mist spray come out when you do that? No? Just me? Anyway. Okay. Welcome back. By the way, I don't no, I don't really do that. Never force the pee. I just thought it was, for some reason I had it in my head because I was sitting there peeing and I was thinking, how like you got like you got your, Windex, right? And you've got your stream, and then you can turn it to find mist. And what if you could do that with, you know, it's like you're like, shit, it's just coming out. Is that weird? I don't know. Anyway, let me get caught up here. Let's see. If you've heard the top 5 Friday night theme and it isn't your favorite song, you aren't a man of culture. Oh, it's Friday night, yeah. Don't know what I'm gonna do tonight, yeah. Um, yeah. Is it weird that I know that song so well? Because here's the thing. It's weird because I watch all of the Game Chaser episodes um when they come out, to help support and all that kind of stuff. But also I watch them and I enjoy them. But it's weird if I'm in it or if I filmed it, I don't physically watch it. I put it on at normal speed. I hit a like button and I just let it play. I don't really pay attention to it because I kind of pay attention to it because I like to see, what he uses from what I shot and then how he intersplices in, the talking segments and stuff like that. But I don't pay 100% attention to it. Is that weird? That I still watch them? I guess not. Maybe it's not weird. I don't know. Look, here's the thing. I kind of wish that he would go back to doing the top 5 Friday things too, but I know that those are it takes away from other things that he's doing, so I get that. But I kind of wish he kept doing them because I enjoy those. And in most cases, I have nothing to do with them, so it's like new content for me. But hey, I get it. He's busy doing his things. Good thing you're not wearing a wireless mic like Billy in that one podcast. That's true. No. Even though I do have, I have a DJI mic, but the old Shure is a better quality mic for use in this here chat. So yeah, no partying here. And I'm not Minecraft. I'm not. There's only one party I care about now, and that's the ones for my niece because I love my niece. Well, that's sweet, Ricky. I have a narrow urethra like Hank Hill. I never force it. Fire shoots out mine. We were talking. That was something that we talked about on the podcast about. What if it was like you have you can figure out. You can typically find out what a word means by if you break down what each part of that word means. And one of them was what is polyurination? And I said peeing out of many holes. And then he goes, "What's desiurination?" I said peeing out of 10 holes. And for some reason, just the idea of a spray coming out just really made me laugh. And I wanted to share with you guys because Because I want to share. It's weird. I gotta go outside and go on a fire pit. If you're saying you can clench your lips to make a mist, I'm jealous. No, I can't. I'm totally kidding. It doesn't have any settings. It just, I just thought it would be funny. It doesn't work like that. I think we all have, well, I mean, let's just say this. If you have factory genitalia, then we all kind of pee the same, don't we? Billy's editing is something to marvel. I watch, rewatch, and pay mad attention. He really is good at it. He really is. And that's a skill. Here's the thing. I really appreciate that you guys come here and, you hang out in the chat, you watch my stuff, whatever, right? I appreciate that too. But I'm nowhere near the editor that Billy is. But Billy actually went to school for it and got paid to do it professionally. I did not. So it's only a weird if you do a dance and twist your nipples like in The Manager. Well, Link 2, I mean, that is true. What a weird man. I was such a weird guy. Was. You got the fat low arc stream, the Missy stream, the hard shooting stream, and the VP. Well, the VP, yeah. Factory genitalia, yeah. It's like peeing through a strainer. Exactly, right. There's an episode where he edits a stock song he uses, perfectly transitioning to a song in the flea market that sounds the same. Better than aftermarket. Well, see, here's the thing. I'm just trying to be honest. There are people that, change their stuff up. Not for me. Not something that I want to do, but some people do it. And hey, whatever. A cold air intake. I'm here because you were the homie. Love you, Rob. This is why I don't get to bed at a reasonable hour. I will never stream Tuesday after work. Well, Rufus, I appreciate that. I really do. I really appreciate that. Now, look, here. Let's go through the news real fast, okay? First up, I just want to bring this to your attention if you have not seen it. If you've been interested in any of the alien, UAP, UFO stuff that we've been talking about. Speed holes. What if there was a crank? Anyway, if you're interested in any of that talk, this new movie is coming out soon. This trailer came out, The Age of Disclosure. Now I will say, and Bucho will agree with you, a lot of talking. Don't know if there's going to be any footage in this movie. My guess is there probably won't. And it may be just a bunch of people talking. But I don't know. Ooh, Vinny. Ooh. You're not banned, but that is a little weird. Yeah, FAA approved drones. Yeah, right. I know, Jody B. Welcome. But here's the thing. I'm interested to see what this is going to be, but I'm not holding my breath. I'm just not going to hold my breath with it. But let's move on with some of the news. By the way, just to mention it again, February 3rd is the last day of Barnes & Noble's 50% off Arrow movies sale. So there are a lot of great movies that you can get half off the manufacturer's retail price, which in a lot of cases is not technically 50% off of what they were selling it for before the sale, but it's the cheapest that you're probably going to find brand new copies of Arrow films if you're into it. Not everybody's into it, but I mean, look, if you are, now's the time. You have under a week left. But also, I do want to bring this up again for any of you physical media fans out there. Sony is not ending Blu-ray disc production. All they were saying is that the BDRs are what they are going to stop. Now, I had a brief discussion with GameSack on the old Twitter, or X, talking about exactly what all of this meant. Doesn't mean, because here's their explanation right here. In Japan, we have a culture to record TV programs in the Blu-ray disc, on the Blu-ray disc, I think is what they meant to say. And we sell blank storage Blu-ray discs for this use only in Japan. The subject products of this notification are these discs. That's not exactly clear. No other products recorded Blu-ray contain our TV programs / movie sold by Sony Pictures or Blu-ray players sold by Sony Corporation, etc. are the scope of this notification. So basically, recordable media. Mini DV cassettes, which used to be a standard back in the day. They were still producing those. I didn't even know they were. But a lot of that is what they're talking about. This doesn't mean that we're not getting any more Blu-rays from, the studios or some of these boutique labels that we love so much. That is not the case here. It's only BDRs and some other, like mini DV, recordable media. Now, one of the things, the way that that's said is, does that mean that that BDRs will still be used in other, or be able to be sold in other countries? And I said, I'm making a guess here, but they said that they're shutting down the factory for BDRs, which means to me that BDRs are no longer going to be available in any country. So there you go. Somebody used Google to translate that. I mean, that's probably true. That's probably true. But I just wanted to, I wanted to talk about it just in case somebody was, kind of scared that, oh my God, it's not going to, whatever. So there you go. And I'm done. Hate imagining that. Hey, look, the peeing thing, it was just a little joke. I know you're not an anime guy, but I saw a lot of 4K anime announcements today on X. Yes, Vinny, I saw a few of those too. It's just, yeah, you're right. It's not my thing, but I don't follow the physical media news, like I'm not, it's almost impossible to keep up with all the different labels. I follow a lot of different labels on my my X, so I can kind of just be aware of things that might be coming. But I also, there's shows like Let's Get Physical Media Show, that's a weekly show over on Robert Byron Burnett's channel. There's in fact, Elliot Cohen over on his Boutique Blu-ray channel. He covers a lot of that stuff. I just don't feel like, I'm not that guy. And I'm also not the guy that's going to buy everything either. I'm very picky about what I buy. There's so many releases every single week that I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about those. There's a lot of movies that come out that I'm not going to buy it. And if I haven't seen it, it's hard for me to spend $25, $20 to $25 and up, depending on the movie, to do that. Now, will I buy the occasional, cat in the bag? Sure. But it's not my thing. But yes, Vinny, yes. Has anyone digested and understood all the drones that were seen? Were some of the drone footage fake? That is definitely possible. But just to be clear, this was said today. I don't know if you saw this, Derek. Did you see this?
Before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news. And with that, I will turn it over to. And before I turn to questions.
I'm muted. There you go. There's still questions there, but it also sounds like a, I don't know. I'll say this. When they said, okay, it's not the military, uh, we don't know what it is, but there's nothing to worry about. Somebody knew what the hell it was. We still don't have answers as to what they're testing and researching. And there's also, she said, and other things. What does that mean? But so basically, the US is doing stuff. The FAA okayed it. And we still don't really know what it means. So are these the here? Okay, look, I'm not going to get into like a big political thing here, but are these the kind of answers we're going to get in this administration? Because this doesn't seem that different from the last administration. And what about like did you see Trump say when somebody asked him about the drones, I think on like day 1 or day 2, and he's kind of like, "Yeah, and they flew over Mar-a-Lago. It's kind of weird, isn't it?" I'm like, "You know what they are. You know what they are. But you don't have anything crafted as to what you're going to say to the public, so you're going to have to wait until somebody crafts what they're going to say." There's still not a lot of answers there. And here's the more frustrating thing. None of the reporters on hand had any follow-up questions for her. They just kind of moved on like, well, there you go. There's your answer, America. I'm sorry, but it's not good enough. That's not good enough for me. But there you go. So, The Warriors is exploitation film at its finest. Rufus the Red, I will say sure. I'll say this. The Warriors, I watched it for the first time not too long ago. A few years ago, probably. And went, huh. Because I'd never seen it. And I watched it and went, huh. Okay. Not for me. I get it. There's people that love the Warriors, come out to play. I get it. It's not for me. I didn't grow up with it. Doesn't have any. I don't have nostalgia for it, so it doesn't. I don't. It's not for me. But that's okay. That's okay. I couldn't get into the Warriors. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, Derek. I mean, I wish we had some reporters with. Here's the thing, and it's the problem with America. One of the many problems with America today is that our reporters aren't looking for the truth. They're looking for the scoop. They're trying to be first and trying to be like trying to push the limits. We need some fearless reporters and journalists out there. I don't know. And the fact that anybody, any politician can say, I don't like him, I'm not going to answer those questions. I'm sorry. This is America, and if somebody has a question, you should answer it. And then some reporters aren't even allowed into the room because of that. It's kind of like George Carlin said. It's I don't remember exactly what he said, but it's something basically like it's a big club and you're not in it. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? I don't want to get into political stuff. But look, recently, Robert Eggers had, you might say that the Nosferatu was a successful film. I think that it was a little bit less than successful. It didn't work for me 100% of the way. I enjoyed how it looked. As per usual, I think Robert Eggers has a great eye for cinematography and for direction and all that stuff. I don't think the movie was 100% successful, but monetarily, the movie did well. It's done really well. So he's already got his next movie on the list. It's a werewolf movie called Werewolf. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I'm pretty sure it's it's anyway. Focus Features werewolf movie, and let's not forget that apparently after he's going to be doing a sequel to Labyrinth, the Jim Henson classic with Jennifer Connelly, is getting a sequel from Robert Eggers. So we'll see how that goes. Here's the thing. I didn't care for Nosferatu that much, but I am so happy that Robert Eggers is making movies because that guy has a vision and I enjoy the vision. I enjoy it. What's a spoiler? That I didn't enjoy Nosferatu? Oh. I don't know if that's a spoiler. That Willem Dafoe, it's weird, man. At least for me, I don't think Willem Dafoe went far enough. But anyway. Where's Mulder when we need him? Yes, exactly. Have you ever seen The Wanderers? I'm just going back to that. The Wanderers. Wanderers. 1979 film directed by Philip Kaufman. Didn't Philip Kaufman direct the... Did he direct The Right Stuff? Yes, he did. Man, there you go. Philip Kaufman directed The Right Stuff, but he also directed 4 years earlier, he directed The Wanderers. Starring Ken Wall, John Friedrich, Tony Ganos, Karen Allen, Linda Mons, Tony Cull. I do not know this movie at all. The Wanderers are an Italian-American gang. Oh, you can't see it because my fat head's in the way. The Wanderers are an Italian-American gang vying for respect on the streets of the Bronx in 1963. Between rumbles with rivals such as the Ducky Boys and the Fordham Baldies, some scary names, let me tell you. The group of toughs learn some difficult lessons about life and love. Leader Richie Gennaro, Ken Wall, finds himself entangled with Despy Galasso, Tony Collem, the daughter of a mobster, while the artistically inclined Joey, John Friedrich, falls hard for Nina, Karen Allen. Hey, there you go. I haven't seen it. I hadn't even heard of it. I really don't think I've ever heard of that to my knowledge. It came out the same year as The Warriors, 1979, comedy thriller. Just to give you an idea, on IMDb, it's got a 7.3 out of 10. As opposed to The Warriors, which on IMDb has a 7.5 out of 10. So, there you go. I had a lot of rumbles in the Bronx. Yeah, there's rumble in the Bronx. Will we have David Bowie's bulge on the screen half the time again? Well, no, because he's no longer around, unfortunately. No longer around. Wraith, put a pin in that. We'll get to that. Labyrinth doesn't need a sequel, and Jim Henson is dead. I mean, that is true, Rufus. You'd rather say Beowulf? I mean, I can see that too. Nosferatu. I like that. I like that. I didn't know I'd spoiled something. I haven't even seen Nosferatu yet. No, you didn't spoil anything. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Willem Dafoe is not playing Nosferatu. That's not a spoiler. I don't need to watch The Wanderers. I lived it. Gangs in the Bronx, how absurd. Well, I don't think. I guess that is Disney, isn't it? Is Labyrinth Disney? I don't think that's Disney. Wraith. because Dark Crystal and Labyrinth were owned by the Jim Henson Company, but they licensed it out. And Disney doesn't license a whole lot of things. I don't know. Oh, he was joking about spoilers. Oh, well, there you go. Everything is Disney. But it ain't a Labyrinth movie without dance, magic dance. It's true. You remind me of the babe. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? The power of voodoo. Who do you do? Do what? Remind me of the babe. I saw my baby crying hard as babe could cry. What could I do? My baby's love had gone and left my baby blue. Nobody knew. Yeah, I have it. That's right. I have it. Look at that artwork. Isn't that weird? That's odd. I don't think I've ever seen art like that before. I kind of want to see what's on the inside. Oh, that's the inside. There's nothing on the inside. Interesting. But yeah, I have the score because, oops, I have broken the CD case. Dang it! Okay, there you go. There you go. Labyrinth. Labyrinth on CD. Well, sorry, I just was looking at what was on there. Disney owns Nine Inch Nails. I mean, I don't know if they own them. They paid them to make the score for Tron Ares, but you just watched Labyrinth for the first time this year. Ooh, you think you like Dark Crystal more? Wow, that's not a lot of people say that because Dark Crystal is an odd one. Like, I love Dark Crystal because I grew up with it. I have no way to watch that movie without that nostalgia of watching it in the theater. I didn't watch it in the theater. But I watched it on cable a ton. But that's odd. That's kind of cool. You have the door knockers tattooed on my hands, pictures, or it didn't happen, Rufus. That's okay. I'm sure you're telling the truth. But I love Labyrinth. It's great. I for sure prefer the Dark Crystal over Wow. No, Nine Inch Nails is owned by Disney since Disney owns everything. No, they don't own Nine Inch Nails. That doesn't make sense. So the last thing I want to share with you folks tonight is it's part of an interview with Quentin Tarantino. And I thought we could have a small, brief discussion about it. But, and I know not everybody's a fan of Quentin Tarantino, but I think what he has to say, I'm curious what you think. I'm curious what you think. And of course, don't worry about synesthetics. His what do you call it? His title there. You can make a decision if he's right or not. But here we go. I'm going to mute myself and let's listen to this.
No, I gotta pull it off. And here's the thing is, and that's a big fucking deal. That's a big fucking deal pulling this off. And I don't know if I can. So here we go. All right. So that's really exciting. And that's a challenge, a genuine challenge. But making movies, well, what the fuck is a movie now? Okay, what the fuck is a movie? You know what? Something that plays in theaters for a token release for 4 fucking weeks, all right? And by the second week, you can watch it on television. I didn't get into all this for diminishing returns. I mean, it was bad enough in 97, all right? I mean, not in 97. It was bad enough in 2019, and that was the last fucking year of movies, all right? And that was a shit deal as far as I was concerned. The fact that it's gotten drastically worse, and that it's just it's a show pony exercise now, the theatrical release. And then in 2 weeks you can watch it on this one and that one. Okay. Theater? You can't do that. Theater? Yeah, they pay a lot of fucking money to get in that seat. But there's no fucking taping it. There's no fucking cell phones. Hello, everybody with a cell phone. Okay. There's no fucking cell phones. You own the audience for that time, for that for that moment. They are all yours. They are in the palm of your hand. And it's not just about doing art. It's about wowing them. It's about giving them a great night out. They made it worth it for them. Now that to me is fucking exciting.
Thoughts? Here's the thing. I get that, okay, Quentin curses a lot. But, I mean, whatever. In normal day-to-day, you know, when I'm out and about and whatever, I don't curse all the time, but I do curse. I don't use the F word nearly as much as he does. Anyway, what my point is, or what his point is very important to me, because he's right. Movies they're just not the same. It doesn't feel the same because we haven't put importance on that. And I'm talking about we as in the audience. We don't put importance on movies anymore. The studios, by proxy, don't look at it as an important thing anymore. It's just a product. It's just a product. And I think he's right that, you know, when your movie comes out and 2 weeks later you can just watch it on a streaming service or you know, buy it on digital after 2 weeks, it takes the specialness that makes movies amazing. It takes it out of. And by the way, what he's talking about at the beginning is he's talking about, I think I haven't watched this whole interview, but just because I know a lot about Quentin and his career, he's talking about that 10th movie, his final movie. It's a big challenge. It's something that he's really excited about. It's scary, but it's also something he's working toward, all that kind of stuff. But on top of that, he's like, what even is a movie anymore? Because it doesn't feel the same as it used to when you go to a movie and it was an event and people were excited to see it. They were there to watch the movie. It's an amazing thing. Rob sometimes goes wild and says, darn or heck, darn tootin'. It's here's the thing. You want to know why I don't curse that much? It's because I know I have members of my family watching sometimes. And that's odd. You know, I try to keep it PG. You know, that's what I try to do. You know, I try not to go too crazy. But you guys know as well as I do that, you know, sometimes I've said a bunch of things. And sometimes there's double entendres abound. But I just don't think that it you know, it's not always needed. But also, I know that sometimes family watches, and that's just weird. You know, when they don't hear me talk like that ever, and then they hear me on the internet going, you know, and all kinds of hand signals, you know, Wu-Tang and all that. No, I don't do that. But it's an important thing, though. It's an important thing. And to me, that passion for movies and the movie industry is what I love, man. It's one of the things that I've always loved it. It's always been special to me. And it hurts. It really hurts that people don't have respect for other people in a movie theater. It hurts that the studios don't see the benefit of a long window before it comes on streaming. You know, I say, you know, like if you guys remember, you might remember this, you might not. But in most cases, 3 weeks, 21-day window. That's what Universal fought for during the pandemic, is 21 days. In a minimum of 21 days. But if the movie hit a certain level of box office, they would keep it in there for 30 days. But that's still too short. I think it needs to be, if a movie is tanking, 45 days. 45 days minimum. The longest, 60 to 90. And I think it all depends on budget and box office. I just think the windows are too short. You can't have, a movie come out theatrically and then it comes out on digital 2 weeks later. Because here's the thing, that the studios are very short term. Well, we're not making a movie in the theater. We got to make the money. So let's put it on digital. No. You're shooting yourself in the foot long term. Because what you're doing is you're conditioning the audience to not want to go to the theater, because if they don't go see it in the theater, they can just wait a couple of weeks and see it at home. No, stop that. Make a new rule. 45 days minimum. It will be 45 days minimum before you can see it. But if the movie does well, you have to wait longer. Do what Top Gun Maverick did and say, no, we're not releasing it day and date on Paramount Plus. We're not doing any of that crap. We're not doing it. So, I don't know. That's what I feel about it. And, yeah. 2 weeks, that's too short. Well, Derek, it's not always 2 weeks. It really depends. But 30 days is what most of the studios and theater owners agreed to. I still say that that's too short. It's too short. It should be 45 days minimum. The way that it used to be, with the way that it used to be back in the day, I think most movie releases, there was a 60 to 90 day window for pay-per-view. Back when pay-per-view was like the only way that you could watch, pay-per-view. And then it was a minimum of 3 months before it would come out on video. So at that moment, usually 3 months, it would come out on VHS, DVD, whatever. And then after that, there was a window before it could go to cable. So there were all these windows built in. And so it basically gave each level of entertainment the chance to make some money on this product. But what that also did is it gave multiple levels of revenue at each level. Theatrical release, pay-per-view, home media, rental. Because that's the way it used to be. You couldn't just buy a movie on day one. The way that it used to be is the VHS would come out and it would be rental priced, $101.99. At least when I was working at Blockbuster, that was the price. So most movies did not come out at the, $14.99, $16.99 price. If you wanted to buy a movie on day one, in most cases, $101.99. And of course, Blockbuster made deals with the studios to get cheaper pricing for more copies, which meant more rentals, which ended up being more money toward the studios because of rentals. So what would happen is you'd have, like I said, theatrical release, pay-per-view, and a lot of times that would include the pay-per-view stuff would be on like planes and stuff and hotels, right? So a lot of times you could see a new movie at a hotel through their little SpectreVision thing with all the porn. They also had, more recent releases on there before it would come to home video. Then home video. Then there was a window before you could release it for pay-per-view, or I'm sorry, for previewed. So in other words, a rental copy that we're going to sell at a discounted price. And most of the time they would start at $14.99 for a used VHS, $14.99. And then so many days after that, it would come out on cable. So there was room for each level of the business to make money. Multiple entertainment avenues, you could say. And now, because the studios are so short-sighted, they've decided, no, we're going to be in control of that whole process, and it's going to be all us. But what you're doing is you're limiting the revenue because you're not giving it enough time for the people to experience FOMO. Fear of missing out. Movies aren't events anymore. In most cases, movies are not events. This needs to be a thing that comes back. They need to realize that they're leaving money on the table by hurrying everything up. Now, you could argue, okay, a movie that completely tanks on weekend one, there's not much you can do about it. But you're still leaving money on the table because there would be people that would still go see that movie, even if the movie's, it tanks for whatever reason. It could be bad marketing. It could be that it's really not a good movie. But yeah, they're leaving a lot because they've gotten rid of pay-per-view. They go straight to digital, which, we get all the money. Right. But you're not making that box office back. There were so many different ways that the movie could make money. And because of all of those steps, it kept it in your mind. Now it's just like Netflix, where a new movie comes out, you don't hear about it, and if you don't watch it in week one, it's not even going to be in the trending or the new stuff. It'll be buried, and you have to search for it. You have to seek it out yourself. It's a continuing problem because they look at it as content and not art anymore, and that's the problem. And I agree with Quentin. I think those windows are way too short, and I think they need to bring back. They need to bring back the actual windows. I mean, maybe not every step of the way, but they at least need to extend it enough to where you go, man, I kind of want to see this, but I don't want to wait I don't want to wait a month and a half to see this. I want to see this now, which is why the biggest movies, Deadpool and Wolverine, have these huge opening weekends because people don't want to miss out. It's like an event. It's the few times that it's an event. It just sucks. I hate the way that they've changed all that. Anyway, let's see what you guys have to say before we get into the old. Well, it's already 10:10. Jeez. Okay, maybe no Photoshop this week. We'll do it next week. Maybe. Let's see. Wow, you guys have a lot to say, apparently. I did rant for a bit, though. Sorry about that. Dark Crystal's world is just so rich with detail. It really is, Vinny. It's a beautiful movie. I love it, too. But there's no way I can pick between Dark Crystal and Labyrinth. That would be like picking between my children that don't exist. But yeah, I can't. Yeah, Muppets are amazing, though. Disney does own the Muppets, but they don't own 9 Inch Nails. Conan just told a story about Jim Henson. When he was at Harvard, Jim gave them one of the thrones from the Dark Crystal, and it's still in the Lampoon building. That's cool. And I think Quentin would be a cool guy to hang out with, but he's also, I don't know how to explain this, but there are certain people that are kind of like, they're nerds, right? He's clearly a movie nerd, which is cool. I'd probably definitely get along with him. But he also has a very in-your-face personality, and I don't know if he would stop talking. Once you get him going, I don't know if you could get him to stop. And that's where it's like, okay, I'm done for a bit. But I kind of like Quentin. There's cell phones in the theater. Just ask the Red Letter Media guys. Oh, I know. I'm saying that needs to be a thing that I almost think that theater should be like a Faraday cage. It's like once you step in the theater, your phones don't even work. Your phones don't work. You can't even light the thing up. I wish there was a way to do that people wouldn't get, this is my phone, it's America, blah, blah, blah. I just hate it. I hate that people don't have consideration for their fellow moviegoers. And maybe that's a bigger problem, that it's like you can expand that theory to the world. That the way that people treat each other in the movie theater is the way that they look at everybody else when they're outside of the theater. Like, you don't matter to them. You don't care. They don't care. Look at how people drive and they just cut you off in traffic for no reason. They're not paying attention. They're in their own little world. You don't matter. Only they do. It's just a weird thing. I don't know. Hollywood has seemed to be going for more. Wait. Hollywood has seemed to be going more for other causes than going for the best quality movie releases recently. Look, there is no question that a lot of times the agenda that they're trying to push, the morals they're trying to instill in the audience, take precedence over actual storytelling. A good storyteller knows how to tell a good story. And the lesson, the moral, the thing that you learn about it is just icing on the cake. It could even be something that you don't realize until after you've thought about the movie for a while and you go, "Oh my god, this movie's about whatever." Good storyteller is a good storyteller is a good storyteller. And to me, I agree with, I think it was Robert Meyer Burnett that said this. I know, but he said agenda should never come before your story. Story comes first. Period. Story, character. Agenda is like, it's window dressing. It should not be the main focus. The main focus is you're there to entertain. Your story is there to entertain and to, tell a story. And the Oscars are not the same either. And yes, I do say the darn tootin'. I think it's more about the studios making money, making movies viral and financially successful than about storytelling. Well, again, it's the way that they view movies. They don't, look at how, I don't know if you guys remember this, but HBO Max, when it changed over to Max, one of the things that people went freaking nuts about is they said that it was almost like they were treating movies like content instead of movies, instead of something important, instead of a piece of art. It was just content. It's like, I don't know, just it's different. And that there were no it was almost like content creators, and it lists out the director and writers in just one big jumble instead of showing them the respect that they deserve. I think they deserve. I think that a director should show who the director is and show the writers are, show who the cast is. Don't just lump everybody into content creators. It's not the same. It's not the same. I am not the same. I've never directed a movie, or as of yet, I haven't written a movie officially. Anyway, I'm not the same as Steven Spielberg. I'm not the same as Alan Arkin. Alan Arkin? Alan Arkin's the actor, isn't he? Who am I thinking of? Okay, Lawrence Kasdan, who's a writer-director, right? I'm not the same as those guys. I'm not the same as George Lucas. I'm not the same as Martin Scorsese. I'm not the same as, who am I thinking of? Aaron Sorkin is what I was thinking in my head. Alan Arkin came out. That's weird. Aaron Sorkin. Very, 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 very good writer. I'm not the same as those people. And those people are not the same from each other. So why lump them all in content creators? It's just, it's bullshit. And it's a respect thing. And unfortunately, the studios are run by financial people, business people, people who have nothing, they have no clue about what art actually is. So in their mind, a YouTube video, your random YouTube video, a TikTok, is exactly the same to them as what Oppenheimer is. Do you think the movie Oppenheimer is the same as a TikTok video? That's how the studio looks at it. It's content. It's product. It's something to make money on. It's something to monetize. It's not art, and it's not something beautiful that can be, enjoyed on multiple levels. It's not something that people will take in and take for the rest of their life. TikTok videos are not meant to be taken. Like, seriously, how many people remember the Charlie bit my finger meme, right? Is Charlie bit my finger on the same level as Lawrence of Arabia? No, it's not. The studios don't see it that way. This is merely a product. It's content. That's what it is. Wow, I'm ranty tonight. Sorry. Good job, Quentin, for getting me going. A picture posted in general. Okay, good. I will check that out after the show. A lot of new movies stink and wouldn't catch them in the theater anyways, but if it's cheap digital, well, maybe. True. But again, Quentin's right. It's all about that FOMO, in my opinion. Yeah, movies definitely aren't events anymore. Use Flark. I don't know what a Flark is. Oh, you think the stream is PG-13? I mean, we definitely get there. And usually I might say an F word. But this is definitely PG-13, I would say, with me showing clips of Quentin. Actually, from MPAA standards, this would now be a rated R stream because he said F many times. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I got, at the end of the stream, that I got oh, well, it's not good for all. I don't know. We'll see. Granted, watching movies in my home theater is not a subpar experience. Well, true, Vinny, but not all home theaters are equal. I love my sound system, and it is badass in my opinion. And watching Fury Road in there, 4K with it cranked, with my surround system cranked, awesome. Still doesn't touch a movie theater, not in my opinion. Not me. Not me. PG. Gotcha. Golly gee willikers. Did I talk about the Dune 2 snub? No, but I'll say this about, and don't worry, Wraith, if you're still here, I got you on The Departed. It's unfortunate, but I also think that the Oscars are kind of they're not the same anymore. It's a popularity contest. And let's be honest, Dune 2 came out in March of last year, and people kind of forgot about it. It's not up in their minds. Amelia Perez apparently is in their minds right now. A good example of how weird and how strange Oscar nominations are is when Argo won Best Picture, and Ben Affleck wasn't even nominated for Best Director, yet he won Best Director at the Directors Guild Awards. Guess who chooses the nominees for Best Director for the Academy Awards? Directors. Let's say it again. Directors choose who is in the pool of Best Director for the Academy Awards. Directors Guild awarded Ben Affleck with Best Director. Yet they didn't nominate him for Best Director at the Academy Awards. What the hell does that mean? So yeah, I think awards are, as I mentioned last year on Twitter, there are definitely times when Academy Awards mean everything, right? It's when, the special effects team or the visual effects team for Godzilla -1 won last year. That was an amazing time, and that was so freaking cool, and I loved seeing that. When Matt Damon and Ben Affleck won for best screenplay for Good Will Hunting, that was an amazing time. When oh god, what's his name? Life is Beautiful. Very, very famous award speech. That was an amazing. I can't remember his name, and I mean it was like right there, and then it just poof, it was gone. But you know who I'm talking about. Life. If you watch the Academy Awards, you remember Life is Beautiful. The guy got up there and he was all like, "Oh my god," and it was an amazing experience. So yeah, Dune 2. I don't know. There's a lot of great directors this year. Denis gonna win. The same thing happened to Christopher Nolan for many, many years. He wasn't nominated for. Was he ever nominated before Oppenheimer? All I know is that Denis will have his Oppenheimer, and he will have a Best Director statue on his mantle. Maybe more, maybe multiples. But it sucks. In fact, I think Dune 2 is one of the best movies I saw last year, and it's definitely one of the best movies of the last however many years. I still think that as a total experience, my favorite one is a movie that wasn't awarded, wasn't talked about. Strange Darling. That movie surprised me more than any movie that I saw last year. I love that movie. And for some reason, nobody talks about it. And it could be because, well, I don't know if you saw this, but there was some suing going on concerning promotion, that the movie wasn't promoted properly. Anyway, Strange Darling, great movie. If you haven't seen it, watch it. Good. Do they still wait 3 to 6 months before it shows up for streaming? No. In most cases, it's 45 days. The maximum is 45 days. The minimum is like 2 weeks to 21 days. I think the minimum should be 45 and it should be 60 or more based on box office performance. So for example, Mufasa. Mufasa shouldn't be available. And that's different though, because some studios reserve the right to put it out on digital whenever they want. But Wicked was on digital 30 days after it came out, even though it was kicking butt. I feel like they left a lot of money on the table by releasing it digitally, but it's just the way it goes. Yeah, pay-per-view. Remember pay-per-view? And it was, I can't remember what there was a term for it, but it was pay-per-view / and that's the hotel Spectre Vision, whatever it was called. You know, the little thing that you watch in hotels, and a lot of times in on airplanes, you could watch movies earlier than they were available to rent. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what the last big event movie was that I saw in theaters. Yeah. No doubt the life cycle of a movie has been greatly accelerated by the studios. Yep. It's because they think that by doing that, they're getting all the money and they're getting it faster. But what they're doing is, yes, they are getting it. They are getting money faster, but they're not realizing that if you play the long game with it, you would get more bites at the same money. Like, I'll tell you this. I can't remember what movie it was. This is back in the VHS day, so we're talking like 30 years ago. 30 plus. Oh, it was Terminator 2. I wanted to buy, I bought it multiple times. And there have been many times when, see, now you've got what they're trying to do is we're going to release it digital, but we won't release it physically for another month or so. I'm just waiting. I'm not buying the digital copy and then buying the physical that comes with the digital copy. I'm not doing that. So I'm waiting. But there have been movies that it was like, I went and watched it multiple times in the theater. Then I went, I don't see how they don't understand that. And I think part of it is because these people don't watch movies. You got a lot of, young financial people, business people that watch TikTok and YouTube. They don't watch movies. They're not fans of movies. I think bare minimum, you should at least be a fan of a movie, the fan of the movie industry before you get into, the upper echelon of, running a studio or something. It's just, it's irritating. The last showing I was super hyped for was the theatrical release of the Gurren Lagann movies. I know it's an animated thing, but I don't know anything about it. One day showing of each movie, not sure that really counts, but I was so excited. Took a nap and you're still going strong, Carbonite. Man, I keep going. I do need to go though. It's 10:30 already. Prior to that was released the Dragon Ball Super Broly. Sorry, I'm probably butchering all of that. Anyway, my friends and I just finished watching the series early in the day, so it was a huge build-up. I refuse to not be allowed to use my phone. I refuse. Well, stay out of the theater, Ricky. If you're going to be on your phone in the theater, you need to stay home. Or use it outside. But yeah, story comes first, man. Story comes first. You can have a great story and be boring as shit. I don't know if this is a fair comparison because he's a director, but does Kubrick's style influence your writing? He influences mine. I love Kubrick too. I own many Kubrick movies. There are Kubrick movies that don't connect with me. Like Eyes Wide Shut. I understand that people like it. I've seen it a couple of times. I still don't, it doesn't connect with me. I also didn't connect with Lolita. I didn't connect with, I think Barry Lyndon is a movie that I need to own, but it's not my favorite Kubrick movie. You got 2001, you got Full Metal Jacket, The Shining. He doesn't influence my writing because he's definitely more of a visual kind of guy. It's a different thing. But when it comes to visuals, it's tough. I have many different just like my music, I had many different influences. For me, my influences are really production based, lighting based, cinematography wise. To me, Ridley and Tony Scott, you can definitely say that they may not be, you know, the best at, especially with Ridley lately. You could say that his storytelling is a little off. But production wise, that's what I look for. And I look for visual beauty. Where to place the camera, height of the camera, angle, how to block. So in a weird way, I see more, I mean, David Lean, you know, John Ford. You look at the masters of visual, right? Spielberg, Citizen, I mean, freaking Orson Welles, right? It's more about building a picture in my mind that helps me write a scene or whatever. So like I have some scenes, James Cameron, I know, but there are certain, it's almost like it's a weird amalgamation of different scenes in my head when I'm thinking out a scene. And I'm talking about scenes from other movies when I'm thinking about a scene and how it should be played, how it should be edited and all that stuff. But the funny thing is, when you're writing, it's all you. You're the director. It's all in your head. You're just trying to write everything down and capture it. And then in many cases, that script is then taken by the director, and the director then builds out the movie based on his interpretation of what you've written. So it's not yours anymore, right? And so what you imagined the scene would look like for example, if I wrote this script, this action horror script that I'm writing, I write this script and then I sell it. There's no telling who would get that. Is it going to be a $5 million budget? Is it going to be a $50 million budget? Is it going to be a first time, second time director? You know, is it going to be, most likely it would probably be one of those journeyman type directors, but nobody big and flashy and all that. What he's going to do with it is going to be totally different than what if Christopher Nolan got the script, right? So I don't think it's as important to visualize it for the page as much as I feel like it's important for me to build the scene in my mind so I can try to write it and capture it. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. I'm naturally drawn to the style that Kubrick uses. Dude, the dude is a master of that for a reason. But he's not like the first director that I think of when I think of how to, like, at least like blocking and all that stuff. I don't think he's the same. But the thing is like what ends up being strange is when you pick up on the way that a scene is shot, or the way the camera moves or whatever, and you pick up on that and you go, "Oh man, that's just like a Ridley Scott scene." Especially if it's an older film. And you say, "Oh, that's just like a Ridley Scott scene that I saw." But he got it from that, you know? And I love seeing the way that, this is going to sound probably overly poetic, but it's almost like if you've got a pond, and the further away that you get from the pond is, how much further back in time. A lot of times I think art is like skipping a stone across that pond. And where that stone finally goes in is where the idea typically started. But you've got all of those different ripples and those different splashes that have happened because of that first time. And I think art is being able to, I'm making this up as I go, okay? This is not something I heard somewhere. But to me, it's like, your job when you're writing this story now is you're trying to get not just the splashes, but all the waves too. And sometimes you don't even know where that inspiration comes from, but it probably comes from that original idea, that original, where the stone ends up is really where it originated. And so you look, going back and watching older movies is like seeing where those, where those came from. And that's the beautiful thing about watching older movies, right? Oh, Dune, Denis Dune, man, that just looks like they got that from Star Wars. Yeah, but the story of Star Wars was written way after, or at least, 10 or 12 years, however long it was, before, Frank Herbert wrote Dune. So even though the movie came out first, Star Wars came out first, as far as a movie goes, it has its roots back at Dune. And there are things in Star Wars that go back further, to Kurosawa. And then whoever else. I mean, that's what I love about movies, period, is that sometimes you can see where someone got that idea. So then if you can figure out, oh, the Gungans coming through the fog in episode 1 at the very, when they come out to fight and they're coming through the fog and it's a really cool shot. Well, that's Kurosawa in The Hidden Fortress. So then you watch that scene in The Hidden Fortress, you go, okay. Then you watch the scene in The Phantom Menace, you go, oh, okay. So you can see how he interpreted and changed that same shot for his movie. And so if you have a movie or a scene in mind where somebody has to come through some fog, change things a little bit. You see how Yojimbo, a lot of the shots in Yojimbo, Kurosawa, then Sergio Leone took that for, multiple movies for Clint Eastwood just a few years later. I love that stuff. But yeah, that's so yeah, like it's hard for me to say, yeah, that Kubrick, whatever. But the thing about Kubrick is he was big on production, like production design, and not just how the thing was going to be shot, but the detail, the look of the space station that they're in. And then how do we shoot this thing where it's definitely round and he's running, and it's supposed to be, the gravity is supposed to be on the outside, right? So they're supposed to be able to walk all the way around and still have gravity. How do we shoot that on Earth? How do we do that? And that's the beauty of Kubrick, is being able to figure out how to shoot those things. 2001 is full of that stuff, and it's just it's beautiful. It's a beautiful movie. And I know that there's some people that go, yeah, but who cares? It's boring. You know, some people might think, I mean, my wife thinks 2001 is absolutely boring. Absolutely boring. But I watch it and I get excited because I'm like, look at that. Look at how he was able to do that. And sometimes it's such a simple thing. Let's mount the camera on the floor. Let's spin the whole room so that the lady can walk up the wall. And from the camera's position, that's mounted to the floor, it looks like she's just walking up the wall, when in reality the whole thing's spinning. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. I love that stuff. But anyway. So yeah, I mean, it's more of like, I just get, okay, this is what's got to happen. What can I use visually in my memory that can help me write the scene? Sometimes I don't see a scene at all. I just see two people talking. You know, I don't see the scene fleshed out. There, I will say, this story idea that I'm talking about came from a movie that I thought, okay, when you really boil down this movie, it's this, and they're dealing with this. I want to take that idea out, and I want to make my own movie out of that. Has nothing to do with the movie as a whole, but I want to take that idea and run with it, see what happens. That's how this story started. And I really hope I get to, it'd be cool to be able to get involved, to stay involved with this. Like, if I can write this thing and it can be good, and then stay with it until the movie's made, so that I can talk about that, because I think it'd be cool. It'd be one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. It's weird, but I get it. To basically all the influences, all the things that got thrown in, all these different ideas, different things that I've watched and different things that I just like, to put into this story to make it somewhat into a new thing. I think it'd be cool, but we'll see. But it really hurt. Italian guy who walked on chairs. I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you tell me what to do? I'm going to go to the theater and watch the movie on the phone just out of spite. Don't do it. Don't do it. Have respect for other people, man. I see Kubrick is adding a lot of layers in the storytelling. That's how I see how his style translates to writing. I mean, sure. Yeah. And especially if you're trying to, because different scripts are different. Scripts are written differently every time. Like, I try to write to set the scene from my head onto the page, and try to and Billy can tell you that I tried to help set the scene so that you know what I'm going for, or describe it in a way that there's no other way to see it, you know, and that hopefully it helps with production. Or if it's just a dialogue scene, it can be shot any way you want. But like, okay, to give an example, there are scenes that Ridley shot in many different movies where he won't know until the day what the scene's going to be. But most of the time, he's got the whole thing storyboarded, so people know exactly where things will be placed, and he will go along on the day and go, nope, this goes here, this goes here, you will be here. He's figured it all out. I don't think, I mean, I say that he's done that in certain scenes where on the day he'll change it. I think Ridley's more of a, I'm going to figure out what it's going to be. And you, production designer, you are going to do what I say, and you're going to build things off of what I've put in the storyboards. Amelie, the whole movie was storyboarded. He knew exactly what he wanted. So it's I don't know. I don't see the finished product as necessarily as like, I don't think I can say, yeah, Kubrick helps with my writing. No, it's my whole knowledge of movies helps me with my writing, if that makes any sense. God, I'm talking a lot. Aliens. You see a lot of aliens in them. Yes. Yes. 2001 is my favorite movie, even though I fall asleep every time I watch it. Oh, see, not me. 2001 is I gotta see it. I gotta feel it. If you feel it. Twisters is not gonna be that big meta thing, right? It's not gonna really enter the consciousness. It had its chance, it didn't. But I think about the trailer. If you feel it. Anyway, pre-order The Shining making a book that's coming out next month. 2-volume set with almost 1,400 pages on the making of the movie. Wow. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. That's a cool way to get inspired for a movie. I don't know what you're talking about. Love how they filmed that. And KP Senti, how's it going? Oh, I can't.
Hey, come here real quick.
Hey. I don't know what that was. It was something from Breaking 2. I don't know. I can't see it because of ads. But welcome, KB Senti. Daniel, welcome. There was hardly any dialogue in 2001. He tells the whole story through the visuals. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess what I was trying to say is that it's not a single filmmaker that I'm conjuring. It's almost like, what would Stanley do, or what would Steven Spielberg do, or what would Ridley Scott do? No, it's all the movies I've seen, all the stories I've taken in. I try to, I don't like, it's a weird thing. It helps me, but I don't think that, I can't point at a scene and go, oh, that's just like, I'm talking about a regular scene, not like a scene that's clearly, referencing something. Most of my scenes I can't point at and go, oh yeah, that's from this. Some of them are, but most of them are not. And it's because the dialogue, like I said, it almost like I'm not in control and the characters are just speaking to each other. And the funny thing is when I start to hear a character in my head, that's when I know things are good. It's getting good. Because I can hear the character talking and how he says things. And it's almost like, especially for this news story, because I'm not writing it based on anything Game Chasers related or anything in the universe of Game Chasers, I've had to build a whole backstory for some of these characters. And by building this backstory, I know, and knowing where they came from and what they did, I now know how they will react in a certain situation. So if I put them in this situation, I know what they're going to do. And it's a weird thing, but it's almost like you're living as a character in your head. I don't know. It's hard to... And yes, KP Senti, I'm writing a new story outside of everything. Just a thing. How are the plans for the SOS 20-year get-together coming along? We have talked about it. And we're going to do something in person. So plans are happening. We just don't know when yet. So don't worry, Bucho. It is happening. Yeah, the whole room spins while they make it look like they are climbing and breakdancing on the ceiling and walls. Ah, okay. There you go. Have I seen the Spawn HBO series? I have. I like the style of McFarlane's opening with a dialogue in the beginning of the show. It is a cool writing style that I've borrowed from. Oh, interesting. I haven't watched it since it was out. I remember I wanted I was like, I want a Blu-ray of this. And yet it was pre-HD. So I think the best version of the Spawn series that you can get is on DVD. If I could have that wrong, but I think that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely cool, but that's not really okay. Yes, that's very cool that you're kind of borrowing that. Chuckleheads, Your Horror Story, Goobins, lots of scripts coming. Yes, Billy. Yes. Can I be in your next movie? Well, KP Senti, where do you live? Number one. Number two, how cheap can you how cheap are you gonna be? No, the truth is never say never, right? Who knows? Can I edit your next movie? K thanks. Well, you'd have to fight Billy for that, Vinny. You'd have to fight Billy for that. But Vinny, I'm telling you, I have an idea of a video that I want to do that we've talked about on this here stream, but it's not dated, meaning it's not something where if I shoot it today, I have to release it tomorrow because otherwise nobody will care. I don't think this might not be a video that anybody cares about anyway, in which case we can release it at any time. So I want to give you some footage and allow you to just run with it and see what happens. That sound good? Because I want to shoot it, and yeah. So soon, as soon as the weather will cooperate a little bit, soon. But KB Senti, look, here's the thing. I would love for anybody possible that we know to be in our movies, for sure. It's all dependent upon timing and do you live around here? Do you, whatever? I mean, I don't know, just cover accommodations. I'm cheap. Well, that can get really expensive. So we'll talk about it. We're way before we need to worry about that kind of stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to ever say never because you never know. I mean, freaking Leon said, well, I'm not really working on anything. And all these big movies that I work on, they're all closed for Christmas. Shit, I'll come help and film and help you make your movie for free special effects level. I mean, Leon did all kinds of crazy stuff. If you look up Leon on IMDb, it's nuts. It's nuts what he's worked on. And he did it basically for accommodations. So, saying, you never know. I love writing stories. Can't wait to finish my book this year, Wraith. I want to be able to read it. Cop duo. Tom Ace. Oh, sorry. But no, I really enjoyed the Spawn series. I just haven't watched it in years. USA. Oh yeah. That sounds like my videos. Yeah. One entry in my IMDb page. I want more. Nobody cares. What is that from? Hey, dude, it's about crime. I'll be short guy number 2. All right. If I could, I would be in any of you guys' movies. I'm only about 3.5, maybe 4 hours away. You never know, though. You never know. I mean, I will say that this movie has a need for a lot of extras. So, you never know. And depending on the day, there might be lines. I don't know. Depends. It really there's a lot that's up in the air, but we haven't even gotten there yet. Yeah, Leon's a freaking champ. Park benches. Oh. Park benches that you can sleep on? He worked on the greatest movie franchise ever, the Fast franchise. Yes, he did. He also worked on the Zack Snyder version of Justice League. He worked in Captain America, the First Avenger. He worked on Dark Shadows, the Tim Burton movie. He did the Netflix version of Rebecca with Armie Hammer. But he did some of the special effects in that. He did the King Arthur, what's his name? Guy Ritchie version. So yeah, he's worked on some big freaking movies. I aspire to have my IMDb like that. You get it. Oh yeah. Okay. So we're going to end because it's 4 hours. We're going on almost 4 hours. Wow. We're getting longer and longer. That's not the way this is supposed to go. It's hard to do 3 hours of almost nothing but you talking. Okay, Wraith, stop. Stop. Departed. Departed's good, not as good as the original Infernal Affairs. We've talked, I mean, I've talked about that many times. But yeah, Departed is really, really good. It's taken the first two movies and kind of melded parts of things together of Infernal Affairs with Tony Leung, and Andy Lau. Infernal Affairs is an amazing movie. And I like how lean that story is. The Departed feels like it's overbloated American Brother. But I still like it. It's Martin. It's Martin Scorsese. I mean, come on. I think Leo's great. I think Matt Damon's great. Mark Wahlberg is Mark Wahlberg. I'm sorry. I don't really care for Mark Wahlberg. But yeah, it's good. It's just I don't think it's as good or lean as Infernal Affairs. Predator. Predator is the first rated R movie I ever saw in the theater. Of course I love it. Come on. If it bleeds, we can kill it. I was trying to think of the Ain't Got Time to Bleed. We're all gonna die. I love that movie. Come on. That movie's great. John McTiernan, right? Die Hard. Dude, think about that. 1987 Predator. 1988 Die Hard. Dude. On top of the world, that guy. And then he got into some trouble. But an amazing movie. Shane Black written. Love it. Love that movie. Boogie Nights. Come on. PTA himself, Paul Thomas Anderson, who has an unnamed movie coming out this year with Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro. I love Paul Thomas Anderson. And this was the movie that made me realize that Philip Seymour Hoffman was more than just a fun guy. He was a great actor. Great actor. Mark Wahlberg was fine in it. And yeah, he did put on a pretty good performance, but nothing that as far as his potential goes, to me, that's as far as it can go. John C. Reilly, of course, amazing in that movie. Julianne Moore was great. William H. Macy was great. Don Cheadle. It's my introduction to Don Cheadle, which made me fall in love with him and just say, I want to see Don Cheadle's all the things. Alfred Molina in that amazing scene with I can't remember this, motoring. That scene with Alfred Molina is insane. I love it. But yeah, Boogie Nights is a classic. And Heather Graham. Just gotta say. And yeah, Burt Reynolds, of course. Burt Reynolds, I don't forget about him, but he's not the most important thing in that movie. And the fact that he didn't like it when he was making it and got in fights all the time with people, he just seemed like a diva a little bit. And even though I respect Burt Reynolds, I love Burt Reynolds. Come on, who doesn't love Burt Reynolds? Burt freaking Reynolds. But to me, it's... Anyway, Derek, see ya. And yeah, let's call it quits. So Derek, good to see you, man. Glad you were here. Vinny, of course, you like hanging out. I know. Wraith, it's kind of easy, Rob. Trust me. Yep. Rufus, awesome. Ricky, Wraith, thank you. Bucho, Billy, Bigfoot versus DB Cooper is a terrible, terrible movie. It's the worst movie I've ever seen. I'll never watch it again, even if I was paid. I will never watch that movie again. But thank you, Billy. Let's see. Make sure the CIA doesn't get you to pushing too many pencils. Yes. Great, man. Great stuff. Philip outacted Cruise in MI3. I mean, not really that hard. But Tom Cruise gave a great performance in another movie with Philip Seymour Hoffman, Magnolia. That's another Paul Thomas Anderson movie. Where is that on 4K, by the way? I love that movie. Jason Robards, anyone? Anyway, Bail Gang catches down the line sometime. Let's see. Yeah, Heather Graham, Burt Reynolds, William H. Macy. I'm a rewatch the VOD. KP Senti. Thank you, man. Thank you. Real quick, next time you guys will watch a bad movie together, I don't know. Depends. Dude, we can't even get everybody together on, regular stuff. I would love to do more with the Game Chasers. Absolutely. We just haven't had that opportunity. Everybody's been busy. But anyway, you guys have a great rest of your week. We'll see you on Tuesday next week, of course. By the way, I am going to watch a movie on Thursday. I'm very excited about it. Companion. Yeah. I'm watching it. There will be a review up Thursday night. So anyway, you guys have a great week. Talk to you later. Bye.